Good evening. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Board of Directors of Oxford Preparatory Academy, October 25th, 2018. Open session at 5 o'clock p.m., closed session starting at 5:10 p.m., and returning to open session at 6:30 p.m. The meeting location is Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County Campus, 23000 Via Santa Maria, Mission Viejo, California, and teleconference location, Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley Campus, 22882 Lumont Drive, Lake Forest, California. The public, including public attending the teleconference location, are invited to address the board regarding items listed on the agenda. Comments on an agenda item will be accepted during consideration of that item or prior to consideration of the item in case of a closed session item. Please turn in comment cards to the board secretary prior to the item you wish to speak on. Start with the call to order. Mary Campos. Joseph Haney, present. Raymond Jackson. Absentia. And Priscilla Trichet.
Present.
All right. Approval of agenda for October 25th, 2018. Do I have a motion?
I motion to approve the agenda for October 25th, 2000.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Oh, I do?
Yeah. No.
Do I have a second?
I second.
This is what happens when you skip the last date. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion still carries the day, 3-0. Next item up is the reasons for closed session. A, conference with legal counsel, potential litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D2, 2 matters. B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, 1 matter. And C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code 54956.9D1, 1 matter. Oxford Preparatory Academy versus Ed-Light Solutions. Do we have any comments on closed session items? All right, seeing none, we will now adjourn to closed session at 5:12 p.m. Right, the board returns from closed session at 7:40 p.m. Reporting out from legal session, board authorized legal counsel to settle a dispute with on a storage facility. Board also authorized legal counsel to file suit against the law firm OPA. We now reconvene to open session. And it was brought to our attention that we did not do the Pledge of Allegiance earlier. Would you all please rise? Place your right hand over your heart.
United States of America, to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Duly corrected and back on path, we return to approval of the minutes of the OPA special meeting of the Board of Directors on September 26, 2018. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining would be me. This motion passes by a vote of 3-0-1. We also have approval of the minutes of the OPA regular board meeting of the Board of Directors on September 27th, 2018. 26th. Do I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve the minutes of the regular board.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and I will abstain. I was actually at the 26th and not the 27th. I had it mistaken, so if I can switch my vote to an approval for that, an abstention. Let's see. Public comments. Public, including public attending a teleconference location, are invited to address the board regarding items not listed on the agenda. No individual presentation shall be for more than 3 minutes, and the total time for this purpose shall not exceed 15 minutes. Ordinarily, board members will not respond to presentation and no action can be taken. However, the board may give direction to staff following a presentation. Please turn your comment card into the board secretary prior to this agenda item. Do we have any comment? All right. Takes us into item 5, staff reports, and we will start with the chancellor reports. Tammy Lohoff for Saddleback Valley. Standing in for Tammy is Gary Bridges.
Good evening. I am Garrett Bridges. I am not Tammy Lohoff, and I am the dean at the Saddleback campus. Tammy is under the weather, so I'll be filling in for her this evening. So just a quick rundown of some of the things that have occurred since the last Chancellor update. We did have our first Saddleback Valley versus SOC football and volleyball games. Right after that, we went into our fall festival, where myself and 4 other professors spent pretty much all night in a dunk tank, letting kids dunk us, which was fun. October 10th, we had a fundraiser at Pumpkin City. On the 12th, we had a combined SOC and SV middle school dance on our campus. So the kids got to show up, and I think 50 of them showed up, 50 ASB kids showed up to help decorate and move things. So it was great to see all that leadership from both campuses work together for one purpose. We had OPA awards on that day. We had our 4th graders perform Gold, Dust, or Bust. They got to sing for all of their fellow champions about the gold rush, and just like everything else, they had fun. And it was the best thing about these performances is watching the 4th graders from last year. So this year's 5th graders sing along with them because they remember, and seeing the 6th graders who were 4th graders the first year sing along and do the hand motion. So it shows you that the program works and the singing does actually make it stick. On October 6th, we had an Honor Society board meeting. The 19th, we had our superhero jogathon. We had Batman there. He didn't sound quite like Batman, but he was Batman. And then we had Captain America there as well. I believe we raised over $40,000 at that event, which is fantastic. The kids had a great time. We got to use our lap trackers for the first time, so Honor Society purchased lap trackers for us, so we got to scan the kids with barcodes as they came by, and then it throws it all into an Excel sheet with splits and everything, and so that's less time that Coach Roach and Mr. G and myself had to spend trying to keep track of the laps. On the 22nd, so beginning of this week is our Red Ribbon Week. The first day was Crazy Hair and Crazy Sock Day. I only had crazy socks. We had Backwards Day, where all the kids got to wear their clothes backwards. It was supposed to be you just wear your polos backwards, so we told the kids, and some wore their pants backwards. But it was a fun day. We had Sports Day yesterday, and then today we had PJ Day. The 23rd upcoming, the 23rd, we had a town hall with Miss Marks and some of our parents on our campus. It was a pretty good turnout, and we got to have some great discussions. Right after that, we had advisory council meeting. Again, the advisory council, they picked their jobs for the upcoming year, and it was great. And then on that night, I got home and found out the Dodgers lost. Bummer. It was a good game. The 25th tonight, we have high school night. So high school night should be wrapping up. They should be cleaning up now. I believe we had 16 local high schools, public, private, and charter schools show up. So both campuses attended that. I was here, so I didn't get to see the turnout, but talking to Mr. Shipes via text, he said it was a great turnout. And then tomorrow, we have our second round of football and volleyball games. So if you're around, come on out. I believe they start at 2. It's 2 o'clock. So they start at 2 o'clock. The varsity game is first, and then the JV will play second. And then to round out our Friday night, we have our Honor Society Halloween dance at Saddleback. So all the kids are going to come in their costumes and have a great time. And we look forward to having another great event on our campus. And it's a busy week. They're all busy weeks. We do a lot, but it's worth it. It's worth seeing the kids' smiles and the happy parents. So that's all I've got for my Dean update.
And you were great in the dunk.
Oh, was I?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you know what? I do have experience in the dunk tank. This is now the third time in the last 2 years that I've had the opportunity to sit in the dunk tank, and it's always fun to.
You were so good. You were fully my volunteers.
I apologize for that, but well, when
You were a real treat.
well, yeah, it's fun. So next time, maybe you would like to sit in the dunk tank. If we have it, you're more than welcome.
Wow.
Second
Anybody,
that. We can get Raymond in the dunk tank.
we can vote.
Did Joseph just say that?
Might
All right,
have.
so I'm gonna
Joseph
sit down
and I
now.
should both do that. Should.
You're more than welcome
That's
to.
not the motion before the board. Thank you, Mr. Bridges. And now with the SOC update is Dr.
You are who you
I am who I claim to be. So for our update, we also a lot of the stuff that Garrett said that are for both of our sites. I'll just say ditto to what Garrett said. But we also had our jogathon, and it went really well. We raised about $43,000 thanks to our amazing Honor Society. A few of them here in the audience. The kids had a great time. We also used the little scanners, and so the kids got to run up and scan their cards and get the spreadsheet to see how everybody did. We also had our dance along with Saddleback Valley at Saddleback Valley. We told the kids that we bought them a light show because it was the night that it was thunder and lightning and rain. And so they were all very wet and somewhat smelly in the dance for most of the night. But they all had a lot of fun, and we had a great turnout, and the kids had a really good time. I tried to stay out of the gym or the multi-purpose room for most of the night. But the kids did have a lot of fun listening to the thunder and watching the lightning as well. We had our family fun night, and we watched Hotel Transylvania, put on by our Honor Society, and they went and they invited a lot of our neighbors to also come. So some of our neighbors came to that as well. So we're trying to kind of reach out to the community and make our school more of a community-centered school where everybody can come and join in on all of the activities. So that was really well attended. Everybody had a great time. We're also, as Garrett said, doing football and volleyball tomorrow. And we had our Orange Out Day today, also going along with Unity Day. So where kids are looking at and doing things towards unity as part of Red Ribbon Week, anti-bullying, making sure that we're an inclusive place here at OPA for everyone and everyone feels comfortable. Our ASB is doing Socktober, and they have collected a lot of socks. Miss Vickers said that if they collected, I think, 160 pairs of socks in her classroom, that they got no homework this week, and I think they collected like 250 pairs of socks. So no homework for Miss Vickers' class this week. But we have gotten a lot of donations, so that's really been going well. We also had our first traffic steering committee meeting, and we met with some of our neighbors, our parents, and our staff just to kind of look at some of the issues that we've been having around traffic and how we can come up with some possible solutions. So some of the major issues was just sort of the backup starting very early, way before school gets out, kind of blocking the neighbors' driveways. Some of the neighbors were saying that, there was trash left in their yards, people were blocking their driveways, sometimes driving down the middle of the street, parking in crosswalks, some speeding, kind of honking horns, and sometimes moving people's trash cans. So we wanted to kind of come up with some solutions to these problems. And some of the solutions, we're going to be working with our SROs and our local law enforcement to make sure that some of them are feasible. But some of the things, it was more of sort of a brainstorming session, putting everything down, no matter whether we could do it or not, and then coming back and kind of looking at the feasibility of some things. So things like possibly reconfiguring the parking lot, labeled parking spaces, staggering pickup locations or pickup times, more signs out front, kind of flagging parents forward, and then also maybe Honor Society kind of helping to encourage parents to maybe park or pick up in alternate areas, or move down, picking up further down Santa Maria or up on top of the hill. So just kind of looking at some possible solutions to the problem that we have with blocking up a lot of traffic at the end of the day for pickup. So we'll be working again with law enforcement as well as the traffic steering committee to put some of these possible solutions in place and try to figure out ways to fix our traffic problem. So our upcoming events, not so upcoming, we're in the middle of Red Ribbon Week this week. So we've had a lot of different activities, crazy sock day and pajama day. I think tomorrow is put a cap on drugs day, so some more caps. Like I said, today was Unity Day, so Orange Out, anti-bullying, making sure that everybody feels comfortable here at OPA. High school night, again, was tonight. Tomorrow we have our Capistrano Unified site visits. So they're going to be walking around looking at classrooms, speaking with students, and speaking with teachers about their experience here at OPA. We have our Anaheim Halloween Parade this Saturday. And then on the 31st, Literature Day, and then 5th grade science camp from the 5th to the 9th. So that is everything that is going on here, or some things that are going on here at SOC.
Thank you very much. And if you'll stay there, we'll move on to item B with
All
Chief
right.
Academic Officer's Report, OPA CASP and SBAC results 2018, 2017, 2018. Dr. Amy Kernan, Chief Academic Officer.
So I will switch over my screen cap. Okay, so moving on to CASP scores. The 2017-18 Smarter Balanced or CASP scores were just recently released. There was a little hold on the public release because the 8th grade test, one of the questions should have not been scored, and they scored it accidentally. And so they had to go back. Some states just decided to ignore it since it was just one question. California decided to actually rescore all of the 8th grade tests. So it only affected about 25% of the students. It doesn't really seem like it affected very many of our students. But just in case, they held off the public release so that they could rescore those tests. So normally we would get the test results back in, say, August, but this year it went all the way through to October while they rescored that 8th grade test. But just to let everyone know, the different tests that we take are in math and ELA. We take the Smarter Balance test each spring to assess how our students are doing on the California state standards. We're also doing the CAST or California Science Test. It was a pilot test for last year, so we won't get individual student results per se. Students are going to receive a results sheet, but the test actually hasn't been normed, so it will sort of be an arbitrary number. It was a way to meet federal requirements. So it won't actually, your student's test score won't, there's no comparison value for it. So it's just sort of a random number. So when that comes out, we'll give more information about that. But we will get school level and grade level results. So we'll be able to at least see as a school how we're doing on the assessment of the next generation science standards. And then this year is the first operational year of the LPAC. The LPAC is our English learner assessment. It replaced the self-assessment, which was given previously. And it went operational it goes fully operational right now in the fall of 2018-19. So our results. Looking at our overall CASP results, it's kind of broken out by SOC and SV. There's actually more results for SOC because Saddleback Valley hasn't been around taking the test for as long. But you can kind of see the progression of ELA over in the side. Our ELA scores have, for SOC, remained at 82%, met or exceeded standard. And then for SV over the last 2 years, in 2017 it was 74%, 2018 70%. So there was a little bit of a dip in, or actually that's math, sorry, for math. So for ELA, for SOC went from 89% met or exceeded standards to 85%. For SV, 81% to 78%. So there was a little bit of a dip in our ELA overall scores, and then a little bit of a dip for SV, and a little bit of growth for SOC, or actually stagnant for SOC for math. So then when we break it down by grade level, certain grade levels went up a little bit, certain grade levels went down. So down there in the bottom left-hand corner are the ELA results. 3rd grade for South Orange County went up about 2%, but for ELA, all other grade levels went down. 4th grade went down quite a bit. So we're going to be looking at why that happened and try to figure out how we can improve those fourth grade scores, because it did take a pretty big drop in fourth grade, down 15%. In math, it went down 22%, which is even bigger drop. We did go up in third and fifth grade. In fifth grade in math actually went up 11%, so that was a pretty big increase for fifth grade. And then down 4% in sixth and seventh, and then down 1% in eighth. So in those areas where we went down, we're going to be, or we have been looking at ways that we can improve those areas. And then even in areas where we went up, looking at how we can improve or how we can make sure that we're sustaining that growth. So we did a data dive with our staff to look at those different areas, breaking it down even further into the different claim levels for ELA and math, and seeing exactly where our students are struggling. Our students are struggling in listening, the claims in ELA, reading, writing, listening, and research. We do very well in writing, we do very well in research, listening, and it's statewide for the listening claim. Everybody's struggling with that because it's something that we've never assessed in the past. So it is an area that everyone is looking to improve, but definitely an area that we want to also look at improving. And then in math, again, looking at our kids are really good at solving problems, but communicating their reasoning is where we sort of struggle. So they're good at doing that, using algorithms, solving problems, but being able to tell their partner how they solved the problem or how they solved it a different way, and explain what they did and also model what they're doing is where our kids seem to be struggling a little bit more. So then for Saddleback Valley, if you look at ELA again down in the lower left-hand corner, fourth grade went up, sixth grade went up, and then third grade went down about 8%, fifth grade went down, and seventh grade went down. Eighth grade, we don't have comparison scores because there wasn't eighth grade scores the year before last for Saddleback. So there weren't enough students to actually have a significant subgroup to show the scores. So for math, third and seventh grade went down quite a bit. So looking at why those scores went down, and examining the different areas where we really need to focus on. But then fourth, fifth, and sixth all went up. Sixth grade going up quite a bit, 7%. So definitely digging into the scores, looking at why certain groups went down, why certain groups went up, and how we can try to solve that. So when we compare ourselves to other middle and elementary schools, this first one is a comparison to all of SV and SOC to all middle schools in Saddleback and Capistrano. So in looking at those scores, SOC for our middle school kids compared to other middle school students still ranks at number 1, but the gap is closing a little bit between where we rank and where the other Capo and Saddleback schools rank. And then SV, in comparing to all Capo and Saddleback schools, then for middle schools would rank 5th in that list. So we're at 88% in ELA, 81% in math, SV then 80%, and 70%. So still ranking very high compared to our surrounding schools, but we want to make sure that we keep that kind of edge on the other schools, and keep improving what we're doing. For the top 10, it's all Capo schools. The Saddleback schools would fall below those. I didn't list every single school out in those because for elementary schools, there's between the two districts, there's about 50 schools. I only ranked the ones that were in the top 8 to 10. So for elementary school comparison, there are some Saddleback schools in the elementary school comparison. So for SOC, SOC is still at the top, followed by several of the Capo schools: Ladera Ridge, Wagon Wheel, Vista Del Mar, and then Saddleback, Chaparral, Portola, and Trabuco, and then Saddleback Valley. So all of the elementary schools are pretty close. There are a lot more elementary schools, so we are still very high ranking amongst our similar elementary schools. But again, we want to make sure that we're still staying up there at the top. Then I'll have Garrett do the comparison of just SV with the other comparable Saddleback.
Because I'm very interpersonal, and once I have a mic, I kind of just keep mumbling. And anyways, so what I did is I pulled the data from the schools in the Saddleback Valley Unified School District and compared to us. So we did drop in both math and ELA in between, I think, 3 and 4 points. However, we're still third amongst the elementary schools within the Saddleback Valley Unified School District. And then if we bump over to, there was another slide with it compared to all of the junior high schools in the district. Our junior high, just our 7th and 8th grade, was ranked 1 compared to the other 7th and 8th grade junior high schools within the district. So there were, I believe, 5 of them, and then we were number 1 in both math and ELA in the Saddleback Valley Unified School District. So we have some room to grow. Like Dr. Kernan was saying, we are looking where the gaps are. We're breaking the data down to where, we have, for example, it said that 7th grade dropped 18 percentage points in math. We even broke it down to, let's see how those kids came into the 7th grade and then how they left. So I think the kids came in at 56 last year, they left at 64. So there was growth, there was some good teaching going on in the 7th grade. There was a change between those two, the inaugural year and then the second year. So there's just data coming out of our ears, and we're looking at the claims, and we're getting PD together and PLCs and trying to make sure that we once again are at the top of Saddleback Valley for our campus. Sit back down.
And did I understand?
There is one math question for 8th grade that they threw out. Oh, for listening, it's been scored. It's been an issue across the state where all students have been scoring very low in that claim.
At my house, they score
Yeah, I think pretty much across the board, especially middle school. I can tell you from my house, they don't listen at all. So it is definitely an area that I think all adults, all parents would love for us to focus on. So we're going to make sure and try to improve those listening skills. I think it's an area that I would love to focus on across the board, especially in middle school. So just to kind of go over some of our strengths are for South Orange County. Again, we're still the top for ELA and math for both elementary and middle school. Our mathematics are very high, especially in concepts and procedures. Our students know how to solve problems. Our writing scores are high. Our scores for our special education students have improved in both math and language arts. So our Scholar Academy is really working hard to make sure that we're closing the gap for our special education students and assuring that they're achieving at high levels. And then our 5th and 6th grade math both really improved. So looking at our areas of strength and how we can make sure and sustain those and keep those going. For Saddleback Valley, for the middle school, it's For middle school, they're 5th for all of our South Orange County schools and 1st in comparison to other Saddleback Valley schools. And then elementary school, still very high compared to all of those South Orange County schools, and 3rd compared to all of the elementary schools in Saddleback Valley. Also, 4th grade ELA really improved. 5th and 6th grade math, like Garrett said, really improved. And their special education students, as well as their socioeconomically disadvantaged students, have improved pretty tremendously in ELA. So our subgroup populations, we have been really focusing on in the past, and we're continuing to focus on and seeing those big improvements. Like Garrett was saying, sometimes when you're comparing 4th grade from one year to 4th grade to the next year, it's a different group of students. So one of the things that we also look at is cohort comparisons. So how one group of, say, 3rd graders did, then how did they do in 4th grade? How did they do in 5th grade? How did they do in 6th grade? And looking how each cohort of students does as they're moving through the years. And our cohort comparison scores for some of those groups that look like they went down one 4th grade year to the next, if you look at the cohort groups, some of those groups actually improved. So there's a lot of different ways to look at the data. And one of the things that we've just recently purchased is Illuminate, so that, and it'll be live. I have the meeting to finish importing over the data on Monday. So that'll be available for both of our school sites to really dig even deeper into the data and break it down by how individual students did on certain concepts, how specific classes did. Teachers can use it in their PLCs to see their specific areas of strength, and then be able to share those and share their ideas on their specific areas of strength with other teachers. So it will be a really good way to look at the data in a variety of different ways and be able to really use it to help to inform instruction. So our areas for improvement are that for ELA, for SOC, actually all of our cohort groups decreased. So when you look at those students moving up from 6th grade to 7th grade or 4th grade to 5th grade, in ELA, they all decreased slightly. For math, most of our cohort groups went up. So we need to really look at what we're doing in ELA. And a little bit later, I'm going to go through kind of the things that we're doing to address some of these concerns. Also, like I said earlier, we always want to make sure that we're teaching our students how to listen a little bit better. And also in the area of being able to research and being able to take information from one place and apply it to another. And then, like I was saying earlier, communicating reasoning in math, not just being able to do the problems, but being able to understand how they did them and communicate that with others. And then our EL subgroup, even though it is improving, we still are only at 36% met or exceeded for our English learners in ELA and 46% in math. So we need to look at making sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our different groups of students, and that we have the resources and the professional development for our teachers to be able to have those instructional strategies to meet the needs of all of our students, including our English learners. And then, as I mentioned earlier, that big decrease in 4th grade ELA and math, and looking at why that occurred and how we can help to bring those scores back up in the future. So then for Saddleback Valley, it is moving below some of those other Saddleback schools in elementary school, and then basically across Orange County. So we need to look at how we can bring up those elementary school, the elementary school performance. And then the math claim scores for Saddleback in all of the different areas. All 3 of the different math claims decreased a little bit, as well as their writing scores decreased a little bit. So a math plan, so math is broken out into three things. The first one is concepts and procedures, so being able to just basically do math problems. And the other one is modeling. So can you model how you're doing math? Can you use models? Can you show math, how to do math in different ways? And then there's communicating reasoning. So can you explain how you got an answer? So those are the three different math planes. So when we look at data in math, it's broken down a little bit more than just an overall math score, so we can determine exactly what areas students need more help in, or what areas students are doing well in.
Thank you for that. I thought it was when Joseph claimed he could do
He
discrete.
could do math.
Yeah.
And then the decreases in 3rd and 7th grade math for Saddleback. So how we're addressing these, we're doing quite a bit this year to address areas that we've seen need some improvement. So this year at SOC, we went through a curriculum adoption and adopted Wonders and Study Sync, Wonders for K-5, Study Sync for 6th through 8th. Saddleback has already had Wonders and Study Sync because they adopted those materials when they first opened. We here at SOC did not adopt them during that first year. I believe it's because they needed curriculum when they opened. I wasn't here, so writing curriculum at SV. They adopted a new writing program, and we're also going to be piloting new science curriculum in the spring to meet the new NGSS standards. So the new recommended adoption list from the state will come out in November with all of the recommended science materials. And then we'll come together as a group, we'll look at the different materials and then determine some of those materials to pilot and figure out what we want to use as our adopted curriculum. Because we do want to make sure that we have standards-based science curriculum for all students in all grade levels, because our students are going to be tested in it, and it's just a great way for our students to learn things like inquiry and reasoning and communication skills. And we are starting coming up in the beginning of December our sort of math professional development series. We have 3 half days of math professional development for all of our teachers, and then 4 days where coaches are going to come in and actually work one-on-one with our middle school teachers to go over ways to improve math instruction, improve things like communicating reasoning, having students model, having students do inquiry-based projects in math. So that's an exciting way that we're hoping to really address any areas for improvement that we have in math. They're coming from Orange County Department of Ed. There's one of them that I've actually worked with for several years. She's the math coordinator for Orange County, and then 2 of her colleagues are coming in to do the coaching. They did a learning walk. They came here on Tuesday, and the 3 of them and I walked around through all of the classrooms to kind of observe what was going on in math instruction. Then we met together and sat down and created a plan for areas where we saw that our teachers really needed some extra help and some extra coaching and focus areas. So some of those are things like adding more inquiry, adding more student-centered learning rather than the direct instruction. So infusing some of that with actually students doing more of the inquiry on their own, and students doing more math-based projects. So there's going to be some shifts to make sure that we're hitting those other 2 claim areas a little bit harder and not so much focus, making sure that our kids can still do the problems, but also making sure that they can communicate the reasoning and they can model the math. So those are our kind of focus areas for math. We also just finished 2 days of PD on differentiated instruction. So that's giving the teachers those instructional strategies to be able to meet the needs of all of our students, from our English learners to our special education students, to our gifted students in the classroom, others, being able to adapt their curriculum and change their instructional strategies to meet the diverse needs, and also looking at our multiple intelligence model and looking at how can we adapt a single lesson to meet a lot or a big variety of different multiple intelligence classrooms. So kind of revisiting that emphasis on multiple intelligence and differentiated instruction. And in the spring, we're looking at bringing in some people from our SELPA to give our general education teachers as well as our special education teachers more professional development on how to work with students with special needs in their classrooms, and how to also work together as special education teachers and general education teachers to make sure that it's really a seamless teaching model with our instructional assistants, our ed specialists, and our general ed teachers to make sure that we're really seamlessly meeting the needs of our special education students and providing them with a really rigorous education. And then also looking at our intervention programs at the different sites to make sure that any students that may be falling behind, we're catching them early, we're assessing what they need, and we're providing them with any supports or interventions that they need quickly and strategically. Also, like I mentioned earlier, bringing in Illuminate, not only to look at student data, but it also allows us to have a place to house all of our assessments and disaggregate all of the data on students in one place. Teachers can create assessments in Illuminate. We have a huge bank of state standards aligned questions that teachers can use to create their assessments. And then it will actually disaggregate all of the data for the teachers by standard, by different claim area, by the different content. So it really provides us with a great way to be able to look at the assessment data from our classrooms. They use it to inform our instruction. And then we're going to be piloting a change trimester 2 here at SOC with our middle school. We have a meeting with our middle school parents on Monday to kind of roll out some of the things that we're going to be doing. So really looking at how we can be a little bit more strategic in teaching our subjects, as well as giving our students a little bit more choice and a little bit more preparation for when they go to high school. I met with a bunch of our students and kind of talked to them about what they were feeling and how they were feeling about how prepared they were, and their middle school experience in general. And then talking to parents, talking to staff, trying to sort of adapt a model that we can use to not only address the questions in the MOU, but also just really address what our students and parents are sort of asking for, and how we can best serve our student population, and what are best practices and research-based practices. So we are moving ahead with a lot of professional development, a lot of new ways to look at student data, assessment. We don't want to ever specifically just teach to the test, because our students need to be prepared. We went to an IB seminar this morning, and one of the things that I actually did in my dissertation and was talked about this morning is that it doesn't matter so much what grades or GPA or even college our kids get into. What matters the most is that they're actually prepared for what they're doing in the future. So we never want to just teach to the test. We never want to just say, this is, wow, our students so amazing on this one test. What's the better indicator is, are our parents or our students able to be successful in communicating and adapting in being able to use technology and being able to collaborate with other students. So all of the things that we're trying to kind of put in place even though we still have to use that assessment data to gauge how we're doing for accountability, everything that we put in place, we really need to look at how is it benefiting our students for the future. So that's really what this whole assessment system is about, and where it should be leading us, not just looking at scores, but looking at what does that tell us about what our students need. I'm done.
I have a question. Actually, I have two questions. I heard a lot of we doing this, we improving this, but what I'm not really hearing, and for me as a board member, especially for a charter school, as you know, our priority is to be above and beyond always. I'm not hearing what are the steps that the leadership team is actually going to take to make sure that those great PLCs and all these things are actually taking place in class. And how are you, what are we, what is your goal moving forward to kind of assess whether or not those PLCs were working? Because I know in the past, you can have a PLC and then you say, okay, good, go and teach. But how do you know that it's actually working? What are the, that's what I want to hear. How are we moving forward? Because when I'm looking at those scores, 24% down for ELA, that's not acceptable. I don't care if it's a new curriculum or not, that should not happen. We cannot have that. I understand there are progress, there are things when you're comparing from one year to the other, but as we all know, charter schools are held accountable for success. So when your authorizers are looking at this and say, well, yeah, you're doing great, but hey, what happened here, 24%? That says a lot. What are you doing to remediate that? What are the implementation? That's what I want to hear. Because if we're going to be making decision as a board, that's our priority. It's not all these PLC, but yeah, we know that. That's important. But I want to hear more about what are the strategies that are being done, how are they being assessed, how are the teachers together coming and working and coming with the answers to, you know, this is what we've noticed, this is what we think should be. Are the teachers being involved in those decisions? Because it sounds to me like leadership is saying that's what we're doing, then you're following. Are they also being ask, what do you think? Because we have at SOC, at SV, I know you guys, you've been around, but at SOC, you have a lot of new teachers. So they are new to the MI, they are new to the culture of the school, they are new to a lot of stuff. So how are you making sure that those new teachers are actually implementing all these great things that you want to do? That's what I want to hear. And second, I was a little bit concerned about when I was looking at the statistic, the gap that was existing between certain groups. So moving forward, what are we doing to address that? How are we going to address it? It's not just saying, well, yeah, we bought this, we bought that, but how exactly is it going to show you that all these things that we are putting in place are actually working? So I think next board meeting, I would really appreciate if anybody can come to us and say, well, we've been doing these things and here are the results. And I'm not just saying data. I want to hear how exactly these things are really helping our students getting back on track. And as you said, the other schools are catching up to us. And like Mrs. Mark said in her email earlier, or last week, I don't remember exactly, charter schools now are really, really being in jeopardy. So we have to make sure we have no room for excuses. So I'm very concerned about those numbers. Very concerned.
And so are we. So I'm more than happy to address some of the questions that you have, or to come back and give you some more information. Just kind of quickly, one of the things that we want to make sure is that we are collecting more data than just one or two pieces of data. So one of the things that I noticed as soon as I got here is there isn't a lot of data covering a wide range of different multiple measures. So kind of to your point, we want to make sure that we're collecting input from teachers, that we're collecting anecdotal data as well as quantitative data and qualitative data. So looking at formative assessments, looking at summative assessments, looking at survey data, talking to people through our school site councils, as well as other meetings, staff meetings, our PLCs. We want to make sure that teachers have those strategies. So that's where all of the professional development comes in. But then also following up with accountability, making sure that we are assuring that our teachers are using that in the classroom through doing things like learning walks, observations, as well as just being present in PLC meetings and making sure that everybody is following through, and that all of our new teachers have all of that information. So I think just kind of overall accountability and getting out, seeing what's happening in the classrooms, talking to people, and then gathering data in a variety of different sources will help to be able to have that accountability, as well as making sure that our teachers have all of the resources from the curriculum that they need. I think will help in one way. Curriculum isn't everything, but we need to have content and pedagogy so that teachers have both of those to be able to meet the needs of our students. I think that a lot of that will address some of the gaps that we've seen, and also looking at professional development in a variety of different areas, from differentiated instruction to inclusion and meeting the needs of our different student populations, and then looking at the specific areas in math and ELA where students need more help. So it's going to take a little bit of time and some strategic planning throughout the year, and then holding everyone accountable to what we're doing and making sure that that's being implemented.
Thank you. Would it be possible also to have a comparison to other charter schools? Because I know Capo compares us to other charter schools.
Yeah, and we actually, above the Capo schools and most of the surrounding Orange County charter schools, we are quite high in looking at those comparisons. A lot of the Orange County charters, especially those up in North Orange County, don't score very high on test scores. OCASA is kind of for our South Orange County. Community Roots is kind of the closest, but they're still quite a bit below us. They didn't even make the rankings on the ones that I was showing, and then they're probably the closest one to us, and then it kind of goes down from there. So we are comparable to other charter schools. We're doing very well, but we want to make sure that we're doing well compared to all South Orange County schools, not just charter schools.
I think overall we're doing good. I would not say well, because if you're looking at different level, when a school is doing extremely well, it doesn't matter which grade level you're looking at, they're all doing well.
Yeah.
So we are good, at a good place right now, but as you pointed, the other schools are catching up to us, so that's not a good sign. That means that there is something we're not doing. So we're not keeping that higher level. It's catching up to us. It should be it should not be that way.
So we need to experiment and find ways, and using the data, figure out what is the way that we're going to be able to continue to excel. And instead of closing that gap, increase that gap to where we are increasing the gap between us and our comparable schools. But we do need to really try to pinpoint exactly where those deficiencies lie, because we are doing well, but there are pockets where we're not. And so we need to figure out exactly what those pockets are and be very strategic about correcting them so that we don't mess up anything that we're doing well, but that we're really just looking at where do we need to do better.
Well, and I'd like to say that that I feel smarter when I'm associated with groups that say words like pedagogy and rubric is another one that.
And he is
But
pedagogy all the time.
But my board mate Priscilla, I speak Priscilla, and she is so stinking diplomatic, and I love it. But I feel like my filter from her saying, "What the heck happened to this big chunk here? And is there any way maybe you can, in your travels, kind of figure out what the heck happened and maybe help us understand?" Yeah,
That's
okay,
what we're
good.
trying to do.
And get back to us about that.
As soon as I have an answer, you will have an answer.
And can we make that like a
It's a
first
priority.
Yeah, right. Because when you say things like, "Well, we don't want to mess up a good thing," it seems like we're in the process of messing up a good thing. So
We don't want to mess up what we're doing well, but we do want to fix what we need to fix. So
Oh my gosh, that's like saying we don't not want to do bad.
Well, we can't afford to do that.
can't afford to do
See
bad.
See how she is?
But we do have areas where we are excelling. So we want to continue excelling in those areas. And the areas where we're not, we need to do some work. A lot of work.
Got it.
Are those changes, those decreases, are those things that happen over time in the way we're teaching, or are they things that we tried new things last year and maybe it didn't work?
Some of them are decreases over time. Some of them were big drops just in 1 year. The 4th grade drop here was a big drop just in 1 year. Same thing with some of the bigger drops at SV. They were a big drop just in one particular group of students. So that's something, most of them weren't slow declines over years. We were going up and then we sort of went down pretty quickly. So
That's my kids actually.
So,
I'm just going to own that and say there was.
yeah.
It was them. I'm pretty sure.
So we sort of, I mean, there has been a
They
big
could be
shift
watching.
in the
love
standards
them.
and our assessments. So we need to look at how, why are we having that? Why are we having some of those significant decreases so suddenly?
Yeah, that's
Because
I'm sorry,
there's
that
something that's
bothers me.
happening that's causing those specific pockets to decrease dramatically very quickly. And so with the things that we're doing, we're trying to catch that really fast and fix it before it becomes a long-term decline.
And considering that we're getting close to the holiday season where things kind of grind to a halt and schools close down, what is a reasonable period of time to come back and have an idea? I mean, I imagine it could take a while, especially with the leadership being new. How long?
I think that I would like to give you an update probably in the beginning of the spring after we've gone through the math PD and the coaches have gotten to get into the classrooms, work with the teachers, really kind of see what's going on. Probably February, and we could do another kind of assessment update as well at that same time.
So if this is a systemic issue that we have, does that roll into the testing for this?
That's why I'd like to have that data to be able to present to you before testing. And while we still have a little bit of time before testing won't be until May. So then that would give a couple of months even between that. So kind of a midpoint check-in between now and when we would have the testing in May.
And my last comment was, it was fairly turbulent, as you may have heard last spring, leading up to testing, just slightly. Is there any chance that because there was a lot of speculation at the time, that could have spilled over? Is that a fair
It
scuttle?
definitely could.
Okay.
And depending on how much that was really kind of made it down to the students at that time, or if, the students, a lot of times they're a little bit more kind of insulated and they're just going about doing their thing at school. But it definitely could be a factor in trickling down, even in certain classes. You know, if something was going on in a particular grade level or a particular group of classes, then that could definitely affect, because we're not a huge school district with 20,000 kids. So if you have two classes that have some sort of big impact where they're changing teachers a couple of times, or, you know, having a teacher who's having a hard time or something like that, that one group of kids can really significantly impact a whole grade level, because there's only 3 teachers in that grade level. So definitely things like that could have, so looking at kind of the 4th grade decline, definitely that something like that could have an impact in such a small group of students.
Amy? Doctor? Excuse me. I know that in the past, OPA's had some parents who waived their students out of the test. Was there a change as far as you can see in terms of having more students take the test this year, past year, than previous years? So we got a more a broader baseline of students taking the test?
It did appear that we didn't have a whole lot of opt-outs. Mm-hmm. So if there were a lot of opt-outs in previous years, then it didn't appear last year that we had very many opt-outs. Most of the students did take the test. So if we did have, you know, a certain kind of population of students that were being opted out in the past, then that could affect, you know, kind of that change in data from having most of our students test last year.
Refresh my memory. Opt out for, are they opt out because it was speculated in their IEP, or was it a choice by parent?
No, we don't. We have very few students who don't qualify to take the Smarter Balance test based on their IEP. I believe we only had 3 last year. So these were parents
Protesting.
There were a number
saying
of
that they were
protests.
not going to allow their students to take the test. It was parents opting their students out.
We received a lot of emails as board members that parents were going to hold their children out of the CASP testing to send a message to the school.
No. Okay. I guess I remember that, but that's not what I was asking. I was talking about, like, in general, because I've also heard the other way, like, if my kid has certain learning issue, that then they don't need to take the CAS. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, everyone still needs, every student is still required to take the CAS.
That's what I know.
Unless it is, unless they meet very specific criteria that they would be given the California alternative assessment.
Okay.
And like I said, I believe we only had 3 students last year that qualified to take the California alternative assessment. Other than that, every student is required to take the Smarter Balance test unless they're opted out by their parent.
Okay, thank you. One more
Well,
thing.
it's just so finally, I would say, Amy, let's not just all focus on the dark parts here and say, this is still pretty stunning.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful accomplishment. I don't want to,
Yeah.
let's not lose sight of that, right? But I feel like given those past successes, you know, we get sort of accustomed to being the unchallenged number 1. And I don't interpret number 2 getting closer because they are getting better. It's because we're sort of off our game a little bit, is how I'm interpreting that. But so we definitely have some things that we need to work on. We're excited to do that. The faster we can hear back some things like, what's this big chunk about? If you can inquire about that and maybe report back that it was an anomaly and here's why, that would be super helpful. Sooner better. But let's not lose sight of the fact that this is still a pretty remarkable accomplishment. I still feel really great about the students. I still feel really great about the teachers. And so very
And
happy.
we still have great things going on in the classroom.
Yep, I agree.
I think we should commend the teachers, because knowing what we went through last year and to get those scores, to me, as a former educator, that's a plus, because that was crazy. And they were able to keep the kids focused and get those scores. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it does seem like the kids were somewhat insulated from what was going on, looking at what they were able to do and what was happening in the classrooms, and the fact that the students were still able to achieve at high levels.
Great, thank you.
Kudos to everybody. Thank you, Amy.
I think
Thank you.
One more
Oh, I'm
comment.
sorry.
One more comment as an alternative ed teacher and an administrator. Would love to know how well students in our independent study program performed on the tests, because we're looking at all programs that we have, and we have some students engaged in independent study for all sorts of good reasons. But I'd love to see as far as what they're learning and how they're performing, as well as we're looking at all aspects of our program and making changes so we have high quality throughout.
And we definitely need to look at multiple measures for that as well, because we have so many of our independent study students who are not yet at the testing age. So we do need to look at using other forms of data to be able to determine where our kids are TK through second grade, because right now we don't have a lot of data on those kids. So really building up common assessments and both formative and summative assessments to examine where our K through 2 students are, as well as being able to determine our independent study students, because we only have 7 students who are in testing age right now in independent study, but a big chunk of ones who have not yet reached testing age. So looking at assessment data on all.
And we had a pretty large population last year.
We
I don't know
did.
if the
We had
year
a big.
before that. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
all right. Dr. Kernan, I don't see your name on here anymore, so you can finally sit down. Takes us to our financial report. First part is the financial report for October 2018, presented by Oswaldo Diaz and Brian Badillo, Vice President, School Finance with XED.
Good evening. So tonight we are presenting our financial statements for both schools, SOC and SV. And we have a couple of items as we are going through the financials that we want to point out, both that are driving income and expenses. And Brian, why don't you start, and we can both of us contribute on this one.
Absolutely. So I am Brian Badillo, your financial representative from XED, and I will be presenting, it says monthly financial October. I'll actually be presenting actuals through August. We do have some September data in there, but I just wanted to preface with that it is through August that we have closed financials. So, but before I got started, I just wanted to give you an update on the transition. And so we had a great meeting last week with some of the leadership at OPA, and we conducted a meeting that was kind of about what our expectations, kind of where we are in the transition. And so we talked a lot about the timing of deliverables, communication expectations. And so it was a very productive meeting. I am actually going to not talk about outstanding items needed. Oswaldo was wanting me to take that down to just account, because we had gotten all the information. And I learned as of this morning that the few accounts that we were waiting for, we were able to reconcile. We have one petty cash account that I am working with my team, just kind of a workaround to get done with, and then we're going to call it a day on these outstanding items needed for close. So we are good on that end. I'm going to go right past it. Anything on that, Oswaldo?
Yes, no, it's we actually had a little bit of a bumpy road when we transitioned from Chara Impact to XED. To me, it was a little bit of a surprise that to actually find out that Chara Impact had not provided both the petty cash reconciliations to XED, and we actually had to pretty much take over that piece and provide that information to XED to make sure that we incorporated that into the financials. But I believe that at this point we are on target as to actually deliver monthly financials, and so you will be seeing that on a regular basis from this month on.
Yes, and we also noticed there was a lot of the local cash collections. So nutrition was one of them, petty cash. But like I said, now we've got everything that we need. We're just moving forward with what we have. So get that going. All right, so we're going to start with a financial update. I'm going to start with Saddleback Valley first and get right into it. So on the revenue side, we are projected to be about 5.4 million, and that's I got the enrollment. I think it was about a month ago, but we were at 589. We use a 98% attendance rate. It is a little bit down from what the budgeted enrollment was at 593 and ADA of 581. So you are going to see, if you see it just at the bottom right corner there, we're about 19,000 short of what we budgeted, which, you know, in the scheme of things, when you're looking at $5.4 million is pretty good. The one thing that I do want to point out is on the state revenue side, originally when we budgeted, they assumed a rate of 295 for the mandate block, the one-time mandate funds. At the time when we budgeted at XED, we were using about 150. In September, it went up to 184. So I've adjusted those. So that's where you kind of see the biggest variance there, the negative 22,000 in state revenue. That's where that comes from.
And just to clarify a little bit of that, what happened was the CHAR Impact was using the January estimates, and of course XED now that has the May revised numbers is using the May revised, and that's the difference of the 22,000.
On the expense side, we are projected to spend about $5.25 million. It's actually a $290,000 variance from the original 4.96. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about the big items on there, being the classified salaries and the operating expenses. So the next slide here kind of goes over the variances. The biggest one was really in classified salaries. In a lot of the items there, so instructional aides, classified support salaries, classified supervisor and administrator salaries. What we're finding is, I had sat with now Dr. Amy. We sat down and said, I walked through who we had on your payroll. Said, is this person here? Is it not? It's because we wanted to really reconcile who was on payroll and who was not. What we were actually finding in for Saddleback is on the instructional aid side salary, we had a lot of aides on there. And so we tried our best to say, how many hours is this person here? What's the salary that you guys have them at? And so I think we're still having a lot of, I know more of a Shazine to just kind of shore that up. But just in that alone, we know we're $43,000 over budget from the original approved budget. So that was kind of a big one in the classified salaries, is just kind of getting to where we need to be, finding out where we are with all the salaries, so we can give you a good forecast on where we're going. On the operating expense side, this one not so bad. It really is just a coding difference between the back office providers, and I'm going to back up one slide just to show. Right where it says operating expenses and student supplies, the differences there, really, they put field trips in a different area that we do. So I just pointed out, sometimes you're going to see, now that you're transitioning to us, I mean, only because it's such a large amount at $97,000, that's really what was driving it, is we shifted down into a different spot. That's all. And I'd just like to show you guys the expenses by percentage, again, through August. Right now, the majority of expenses, as expected, are in salaries and benefits, and that's 65.9% through August, and 77% for the whole year. Again, the reason for that being is July, not a lot of salaries are running there, it's a month off, and so when everything starts kicking and going, we should end the year at about 77% for salaries and benefits, which is normal. So when we put all of this together, the net income that we're looking at right now for Saddleback is $163,000. That is $309 less than the original budgeted amount. But after everything is settled, we are still in the green. And I also just like to note that the depreciation expense is $15,727. Only reason I noted it's going to be a bigger, it's going to have a bigger impact on the SOC budget. But that's a balance sheet item, and I'll kind of elaborate when we get to SOC. And then just finally, sure. Sorry, I referenced SOC there. I was just saying that SV currently, yeah. I was saying depreciation is going to be a bigger ticket in SOC, yeah. And I'll elaborate when I get this done. Oops, sorry, wrong way. So now the cash balance, I'm still projecting the cash balance at the end of the year to be about 1.96 million. The current balance as of 10/15 was a little over 1.1. And as you see on the graph there, that is a typical trend for a school being, you start your cash balance in July. What ends up happening is a lot of the funding doesn't roll in until August, September. So, as you start incurring expenses, buying curriculum, etc., you see that cash balance go down. And then what happens there in the January, February, when the P1 comes out, P2, you start to get your funding back and it starts to normalize again. And then you see it come back to where it should be. And so that's kind of a typical trend that you'd see. Actually, is there any questions about Saddleback? Okay. For South Orange County, we'll run through the same items. For revenues, we're projecting them to be around 6.6 million. And this is based on an enrollment of 720 at a 97% attendance rate. The original budgeted amount was 797 students, and they used a 97.5%. I decided to be a little more conservative and use 97%. And part of the reason is we do have an assumption there of an additional 18 students in kindergarten. It's actually going to be 30, but because we don't expect the enrollment to start until, I believe, late November.
That is correct, late November.
What we did is we just figured out, you can't gain back that attendance that they've missed already. So we went ahead and just pared it down to the percentage we believe that they can generate should they be here every day. Now, it's a 10-month and you say, oh, well, you're missing about 10% there. What ends up happening is because your funding for P2 only goes to April 15th, that's why we have it at 60% as opposed to 70. It doesn't go all the way to June. There's only one item that's funded on your annual, and I believe that's lottery. Everything else stops at that April 15th date.
Just as additional clarification, this is actually one of the biggest hits at SOC. We originally budgeted a full enrollment of 797, and currently we are at 720 enrollment. Based on conversations that we had both with Ms. Marks and Dr. Amy.
Do you see Dr. Amy?
Dr. Amy.
Dr. Amy?
We are actually going to be adding an additional classroom in kindergarten at the end of November. That's going to be an additional 30 students. But as Brian has mentioned, we're not going to be able to collect the full amount for the 30 students. It's only a portion because, of course, we are starting in November, not at the beginning of the year. So it's not a full year per se that it's counted as revenue. And all of everything that I have just mentioned, unfortunately, it's taking a hit of roughly $600,000 loss, or should I say, revenue that we're not able to materialize because we don't have the students that we originally expected when we were preparing the budget.
So can we hear a little bit more specificity about that? Are those students missing across the board? Do we have half full fourth grade classrooms? Nobody on the wait list to fill those? I felt like we had a wait list.
Well,
Dr. Amy has an answer.
Oh.
You got to be careful with those things will stick to you, Dr. Amy.
I just, and I don't know if it's the same thing you're going to say too, but we did pump the brakes on our independent study program, and Dr. Amy and I have been looking at ensuring that it's a quality program and it's run in compliance. So again, as we plan to launch another kindergarten class in November, we plan the same for independent study.
You're going to plan an independent study in November too?
We're kind of revamping and trying to get some more students in on independent study, as well as we have a big wait list for kindergarten, first grade, the lower grades. We have pretty much gone through our wait list for the upper grades and placed everybody. So that's where our 7th grade, we have classes of 20, 8th grade, 23. So our our upper grades are very small. Our lower grades are at 34, 33, 34. So we are looking at pretty big enrollment in lower grades, not currently in middle school. So in adding that kindergarten class, it was looking at where we had the biggest wait list and where we thought that we could bring students in mid-year without it really disrupting pulling them out of another school mid-year. But we are currently still adding any students that we can off of the wait list to the upper grades. So I think Liz added 5 more students just in the last 2 weeks that aren't in kindergarten. We did 2nd and 4th grade, I believe. So we're still looking at ways to try to increase our numbers, but it was pretty much across the upper grades that we didn't have a wait list, and we're losing students even into the school year. We were still losing 7th graders even just up to a week ago.
Got it. Thank you, Dr. Amy.
One of the things that I would like to add is, even though with the loss of students, SOC has been operating very effectively as far as expenses is concerned. Of course, Brian will talk about the line items in particular, but one of the things that I want you to consider is that one of the big items is a non-recurring item that we are unfortunately having to absorb this year, which is the accelerated depreciation. As I have mentioned in previous meetings, this leasehold improvement depreciation should be spread out through the life of either the contract or the improvement. But unfortunately, just because of at this point, we don't have a renewal of the site by Capistrano Unified, we are required by U.S. GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, to actually take the full depreciation of $484,000. So in a regular scenario, assuming that we have this site for more than 1 year, then we would actually be spreading out the $484,000 in different pieces of, let's say, 80,000, 100,000, and we would be in the black. But it's because of the combination of both the students and the depreciation that we are right now, and we'll discuss that at 255,000 negative. Please, Brian.
So moving on to expenses, right now we're projecting about 6.85 billion. So this is, and again, it's a $28,000 variance from the budget at 6.88. So I'll talk about, and you can see on there are big variances from line item to line item. So I do want to address those particularly. Again, really falls into the salaries category. But even with the big variances, as you can see, we're only ending with a $28,000 variance because some of them normalize themselves. So I'll go over just a couple of the big ones there. Again, in salaries. So specifically in certificated salaries, we are under budget. There are 2 less positions in the forecast than from in the original budget. In addition, because of the turnover, there were some higher paid employees that were on the original approved budget that have been replaced with lower salary positions. So that results in a cost savings. And in the other line item that was big on in the certificated salaries was the certificated support salaries. The original budget actually had 4 more positions than I currently have on your active salary roster. And those 4 positions were 1 part-time psych, a counselor, and 2 non-core. Or what was after non-core, but non-core. And then on the classified side, we kind of found the same trend as we did with the instructional aides as we at Saddleback. We're expected to be about 326,000 over budget. Again, based on what I have currently, hours, days, and who is actively on my list. So I think, again, we're going to work a little more and say who has changed. Are these hours still correct? And then we'll kind of see what the trend goes after we do that. As you know, there's been a lot of changes. And so that one was a big one. Classified support salaries, again, this one was a weird anomaly where I actually have all the employees in there, but I was trending higher by 64,000. So what I noted there was just trending high in my projection. So I'm just going to monitor it, but just letting you know that I'll keep an eye on, see where that trend goes in that specific category. And then just the last one, clerical and office staff. Again, that one was an easy one. There was a director of IT originally in the budget, and wasn't filled. So that one was actually under classified salaries.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So the instructional aid salaries, is that, I mean, I know you said it says projected, but this is very shocking to me. I've never seen that number or any number related to that before pertaining to instructional aid. So can you clarify for us where, or were you able to find where that discrepancy, or if there were a discrepancy, what exactly did we miss? Because that's kind of,
That's a big one.
that's big.
Yeah, and so what I did with that one is, again, I took the most recent payroll that we had, and I took the active employees in that object code. It's 2,100. I pulled everyone. So I put it into the budget, what they're getting paid, estimated hours that we thought they were going to be. And then I sat down with the school site and I said, person here, person not here. And what I found was there are 10 active employees more than they originally budgeted for. In addition, there were some hourly employees that got switched to salary and then ended up being a higher rate. So again, I would have to go back into.
Somewhere else, by taking them all out of another category, there's an offsetting reduction in that.
Yeah, it seems like there should be some sort of offset.
Yeah, but I think, but well, Shazim, too, you got to keep in mind that at the time when we looked at Champion Village, there were some salaries that were being absorbed by Champion Village that weren't exactly staff directly associated with the attendance of the students. And so, and then once Champion Village went away, was all of a sudden sort of a, hey, well, what do we do with these? Then it became obvious that those salaries were being borne by Champion Village, and then they needed to get absorbed by the individual site. And so, if you recall,
We actually had I believe it was a couple of months ago where we had a discussion about that. Yes.
but that what I'm saying to jog Joseph's memory is that was a surprise, right? So we looked at Champion Village and said, hey, here's the financial picture of Champion Village. Made a decision based on that picture that was presented. Then later on, it became, actually, there were some things Champion Village was carrying that.
Right.
Yep.
And I don't want to start beating a drum that you've been beating for over a year with regards to an org chart, but do we have an honest idea, an accurate idea of the number of employees we have? Do we have that?
Yeah. True.
I mean, do we have more surprise employees that we don't know about? I mean, it seems like the fact that we had 10 additional employees show up on our finances that we didn't know about, one would be troubling, but 10 seems like on an order of magnitude that seems inexcusable. I mean, can we say with confidence today that we have now accounted for every employee?
Well, did you hear how? Hey, Andrew, you hear me okay audio-wise? Okay. And so, but did you hear how Brian got there, right? So he just took our most recent payroll. So we sort of backed into this.
No, I get that, but it seems like that seems so commonsensical that it seems like that's something that should have been done back in the spring when we were putting together budgets.
Right. Well,
So,
but if you remember, even at that time, it was the budget that was presented to us was just incredibly lean. I mean, I would, emaciated, I would classify that budget as. And so I feel like the budget that was approved at that time was missing some things that needed. I don't even know that was just really super lean.
Well, there were a lot of issues also, because remember, Charter Impact had already done the budget for the following year, and then we went back, and when Osvaldo came on board, we had to revise and change and do. So to go back to your point, what exactly are we still missing that we don't know about? Based
we
on
vote on things and we're on information that's presented to us, and then I understand we're going to be off by $5,000 here or something. Things trend differently, but to find out we were off by 10 employees.
No, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you.
Well, how about if we, in the interest of this, we say, Brian, why don't you just bring us through to conclusion? Right. Things that we want to talk about. All right. Did you give Joseph a button to turn me off? Audio off?
I'm not telling.
Sorry.
No. So to keep going, same kind of pie chart that we've got for SOC. Right now, we're just projected to be, salaries is going to be about 70%, which is again to be expected. So again, when we put this all together, our projected net income is deficit spending by 256,000, somewhere around there. And again, that's a big variance from the original budget. And so, deficit spend by negative 255. The reason that I mentioned depreciation expense is because it is a balance sheet item. It's cash that's already gone out. It is the accelerated depreciation because you have to take the shorter of your charter or the life of the asset. Obviously, it's always going to be the charter. And if you happen to do these big purchases when you've got a year or two left, you've only got that year to depreciate $500,000. And so right now, depreciation expense is projected to be $484,943. So if you take that into account, you do have a balanced budget on the non-balance sheet expense items, because if you flip it around, you'd actually be positive by around 200,000. And yes.
Which is good. That's what you want.
Right. And because the cash is already gone. It is because.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so you're really paying for an expense that you had last year, right? Yeah. And so that $484,000 that you're incurring this year, cash is already gone. The asset's already here. You're just hitting the expense this year. So that's really what's driving you into the deficit net income or the negative net income. And just so you can see the big difference, next year's projection falls to $87,536. It's a huge swing in depreciation expense, and that'll carry forward. Again, unless there's another big ticket item that you purchase next year. So that's huge. So I'd like to point that out. On the cash balance side, I just with Saddleback said, oh, this is a normal way a curve should look. But for SOC, what's happening is, one, they receive property tax a month earlier than Saddleback. And what you see there, what happens is, you are funded for the first half of your year on your prior year ADA. Mm-hmm. So you're basically getting front loaded with your cash right now. And when they catch up to where your P2 is, providing that it remains the same, your funding from the state is going to go down. And in fact, right now I actually show it as a negative because it's such a big disparity of the ADA that towards the end of the year, you may not receive state funding. So that's where you see it kind of climb. Then right at the P1, P2 time, you see it fall back down to where my cash projection is a little over $1 million for a cash balance. But that's why that looks like that, different from Saddleback, but those are the reasons why. And then just lastly, just a couple of due dates. We have the Prop 39 applications coming up. I kind of like this because it says who completes this. there it says your school, but I was asked to give a hand, and then I found out that there's a tighter deadline than expected. So I worked with Dr. Amy. I gave her what I had, and I believe she completed everything. So hopefully some of my tables helped. But that's going on. And then there's a couple of CalPads items on there. And it does say your school, but in the note down there, if XED handles your CalPads, we take care of that. We do handle your CalPads items, so we will take care of the next two items. So just some upcoming dates on the fiscal side. And lastly, just the attached items just for your review. And just because Mr. Jackson asked, the check register that is there, I did comb through. I looked for anything that was out of the ordinary, something that I would spot or wanted to pull for further information. I did not find anything that caught my attention on this check register for August. So we are good there.
So,
Is it customary? Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to also add that based on the current projections that XED has, we are expecting to have consolidated both schools' projected cash balances of 2.9 million, and that equates, or that is representative of roughly 2.4 months of expenses.
Can you repeat?
Yes, so
I
it's,
lost you.
I'm sorry. It's we are expecting to have at the end of this fiscal year, June 2019, projected cash balances of 2.9 million, and that is equivalent to roughly 2.4 months of expenditures for both schools.
So, you comparing it to last year? Are we where we're supposed to be?
Last year we had
We had more numbers.
we had reserves that were more or less two months of reserves. Now we have, at the end of this year, we're expecting to have 2.4 month of reserves.
Okay.
Yes. Am I good? So, Ryan, thank you for including the check register. One of the things that when did XED start with us?
Officially July 1st.
July 1st. And now it's end of October. And so this is really the first month that you guys have presented, right? Are you happy with that?
No.
Okay.
Typically, I think I mentioned this at the last board meeting. Usually when we do a transition, we have your August financials sort of at the end of September. So right now we are about a month behind. So as of today, we are ready to close September. That is about a week late. We are waiting on just a couple of items, which I've talked to Oswaldo about. Once we have those, we're able to close September. And what my expectation is that shortly after we close September, we should be able to close October. So I think as of now, we will be up to date going forward. So having this close August slate, I presented August financials for my continuing schools beginning of September. So this is rather late.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So just to put a fine point on that, so I'm not happy about that, right?
Absolutely.
I have to tell you that I expected a lot more out of you specifically and your firm to be here presenting us with good information.
Absolutely.
We've got a history, right? And we're very mindful of that. And part of that is full visibility into our financial activity, right? And to be sure that, I mean, there's nobody here in this whole room that isn't super serious about making sure that we're doing the right thing.
Right.
We can't do the right thing if we don't have visibility into what's happening. And so to me, it feels like you say you're a month behind. I feel like we're 5 months behind. I feel like I haven't looked at a good set of financials in a long, long time, too long. And then, so I'm not happy about that. If this kind of thing happens again, if we feel like we're slipping in anything, I appreciate that you're saying we're going to stay on top of it. But it's really critical that we have a great dialogue with everybody about what's going on. If there's a miss, we know about a miss long before misses happen. When you see things, I look through the check register, and when I see things like that we pay late, we routinely pay late fees. And to that I say, if there's an easier way to keep more of the kids' money in the kid's classroom. It's to make sure that I pay their electricity bill on time. And if we've got so much cash that we want to give Southern California Edison more money, come on, man, let's do something different. So who pays the bills?
Is uploaded by the school site, and then we just execute the pay. So
Got
as
it.
soon as we get the bills,
Yep.
we execute. We pay on a weekly basis. We submit checks just once, just once a week. So there's a specific day that it's due to us from the school,
Yep.
and then we cut checks within, sometimes sooner, within 2 days from the upload date.
Okay.
So we have a cutoff date. Whatever we have at that date, we cut, and then again it just rolls over.
So you get where I'm going with that, right?
Absolutely.
How are we going to stop paying late bills, late fees? How are we going to do that?
Hopefully, we're getting everything on time. I'm not sure if we've paid anything lately.
Are we scrutinizing our electric bill? Do we tell Southern California, or do we argue about the amount? I mean, why can't we just set up some sort of,
Auto pay.
ACH or what? Can we do that?
I'm not sure if you can do it with
No,
SoCal Edison.
I don't believe we can do it with electric bills, but that doesn't mean that some of our vendors will not accept ACH. Some of
Oh
them.
no, I'm not worried about the other vendors. I'm just talking about utility bills, things like you're not calling Edison and saying this is too high, take my bill down. You're not negotiating with them, right? I'm assuming.
That is correct.
So
we immediately pay it.
Got it. So, well, clearly we're not immediately paying because I'm seeing all the late fees, and I'm seeing late fees on other utilities like our water bill. We pay late fees on the water bill too, and so that to me is we're being crappy custodians of kids' cash, right? That's something we can control. That's an operational lack, and so I'm not trying to be a jerk. I promise, Joseph, I'm not going to be a jerk. But at the same time, I'm grouchy about this because these are things that we can control. And I want to be sure that we shine a light on opportunities to do things better. Look, we're probably talking about $200, right? Really. But there's a philosophy here that says if we're sloppy about this, probably not the only two bills we're sloppy about, right? And so that's my challenge to you is we got to come up with a better plan. You guys are clear. This is what you do is you execute back of house operations and keep us from incurring ridiculous things. And so I'm really counting on you to help us do that, right? Because Oswaldo's distracted with other things, and Shazim's certainly, right? She's distracted with other stuff right now, right? But so we're counting on you as our back office provider to be sure this stuff doesn't show up, man. This is not good.
Yep. Caveat to that.
Sorry, go.
If it's on us and we're not getting you the information you need to do the job in a timely manner, then please let us know.
Absolutely.
He's not going to point at Osvaldo right now. If that's what you're thinking, he's not going to say.
I'm not pointing at
didn't know
anybody. I'm
it.
just saying if it's us, if it's our systems, if it's how we're structured, whatever it is, to the extent we have responsibility and we have control over how materials get to XED in a timely manner, and if we're not doing it, then we should be, I want them to be forthcoming and come to us and say, you guys are organized entirely wrong. There's no other school that organizes themselves financially this way. You should be having the following systems in place. None of us are going to feel hurt. We're going to actually, and to borrow your words, take it as a personal affront if you don't tell us, because we picked XED because we believe in your ability to help us, but you can't help us if we're going to continually shoot ourselves in the feet.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
We'll start sending our electric bill right to your office. Let's send it to your house so you could just pay it.
So I'll address that. I would say prior to this board meeting and even in months before, and we had several conversations about it, that we weren't, we had a huge outstanding items list. We had to get things in a timely manner. And we said, in order for us to get you proper financials, we do need items from the school site, correct? And so now I think we've made leaps and bounds as to where we are, the communication about what is open, what is left to do, what we need for a close. And again, September is typically closed by now, but we do have some outstanding items. And so we are still waiting on things to get that month closed. And so some of that did contribute to having financials somewhat late, in addition to the transition, because we are, like Oswaldo was pointing out earlier, getting items from Charter Impact, we were finding that either, things were tying out or we just weren't sure. Maybe there was some breakdown in communication. And so either we didn't get items that we needed from the previous back office provider or from the school site. And so again, that was where we are today at this moment in time. I think it is vastly different. my open items list went down from, I think, 70 items down to just, there can't be more than 10 at this point in time. But we are very, we let them know what we need, and that's kind of where we're at.
But I think what Joseph is saying is if there's something in your way, so if our job as a governing body is to knock down things that are in your way,
Yep.
right? No, and we take that charge very seriously.
Absolutely.
And so if charter impact is in the way, we need to know about it, right? So we've got, I think, a pretty good relationship with them and their leadership, and so if they're holding us up on something, right? So, but I'm telling you, it's practically November,
Yep.
right? So I got my Halloween costume picked out. It's November. So, and we're still looking at, August 1 events. So this is just not acceptable.
Right.
Part of what other things come to mind are, this is how we work together with you. Right? I call this the rhythm of the business. And so when if we're saying to Shazim, hey, you're going to get payroll numbers from the site, and you have 14 hours to turn those payroll numbers around to give them to you for us to make payroll, we're going to need to work that out. So that is not acceptable to me, because it's rife. It's not setting her up for success, right? So as you know, we've got payroll conversations going. We want to do a great job, be sure everybody gets paid accurately, right, and fairly, and we go to great lengths to make sure that happens. But when we do things to people, not you, but any person, and we say to them that you, Andrew, we're getting some feedback on one of these mics, by the way, buddy. When we say to any one person, you have to take hundreds of staff members and in 12 hours turn these numbers around and submit them to me, or payroll is not going to be complete. There's got to be a better way. I'm not trying to get involved in all the details in that way, but there's things like that make me think you guys have to work closer together procedurally to come up with something that's workable, so that they're not staying awake all hours of the night punching numbers and bringing in temps and having temps work overtime or double time or whatever they're doing to try to, push this rock up the hill. I just want to see us have these conversations like grown-ups and say, hey man, I want her to feel comfortable pushing back and saying, I need some help. And have you guys as a great, awesome back-end provider say, what can we do to make this better? Right? That's a big burden for her. And I wouldn't put it on anybody. Right? Yep. So it's those kinds of things that make me say, we need to take some big steps forward in streamlining the way we relate to each other, understanding the business processes, understanding what's reasonable and what isn't, having those kinds of conversations, setting some thresholds that say, hey, look, if we're going to get late fees, because pretty sure I'm going to want to say, anything we get a late fee, I want a separate report about that, just so I know, so we can measure, the effectiveness of our back-end services. Are we giving you the data, like Joseph says, in a timely fashion? And if you're not candid with us, we can't be better either, right? So if you just say very careful, hey, look, man, you're not getting me the bills in time, so I can't pay them in time, period. Right? We'll get better. Right?
Absolutely.
And this isn't, I'm not trying to beat you into submission here and make you just say yes, 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 yes to everything. This is to further our relationship we're partners in this. If we don't do it right, you're never going to do it right. And if we don't get the payroll numbers to you right, you're never going to do it right. So, but we are in this together. So we need your help to do this thing the right way.
Yep. And I think our meeting last week was huge in that.
What meeting?
We actually, one of the first slides I actually went over. We came together. I think it was the four of us. It was Oswaldo, Jill, Dr. Amy. Myself.
Did we lose all audio, Andrew? We good? Huh? No, but what about YouTube Landia? Okay, good.
We had an expectations meeting. So we set reasonable deadlines on, how long, what kind of lead time we want to give for financials and for review and for board presentations, and a reasonable expectation to respond to an email and things like that. And so I think some of those in the transition kind of fell through the cracks. And so I think both ends of the staff were feeling that pressure. And so called the meeting together, kind of laid it out, and I think we came to what I believe just a good understanding of what we need to do to get you financials in the proper amount of time, and as well as what we expect from OPA to get us so that we can get you the financials in time.
Okay, did you talk about payroll?
No.
So that's what I'm saying. So these are the things, right? So she's got a mountain of effort on her shoulders, and every time payroll comes around, they stay awake all night banging this out, and then we spend the next month scrutinizing how somebody's deduction was $32 instead of $38, because they're still doing a lot of manual things, right? So I'm just saying there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a better way. So my challenge to you is to come up with it. Absolutely. So have that conversation and create that environment where everybody who's sitting at the table feels comfortable sharing all the stones in their shoes. So if you've got stones in your shoes, Shazim, you need to be talking about them. No, because everybody's going to get better because of that, right? Okay. He's a good guy. He's going to listen. He's going to make it better. And we can work that stuff out.
I'll do my best.
Yes, thank you. And actually, the meeting that we had last week was towards that. First of all, make sure that that the board has all of the information that is needed in order to make the decisions that need to be made. And one of the goals of that meeting was to make sure that we were working backwards as far as making sure that Exit has all of the information that they need in order to provide us with the information that we need. So,
but for example, Dr. Amy, do you have a budget for this school? Can you send me a copy of your budget right now, please? Okay. So I would like to get to the... Okay. Okay. And so, but this is what I'm talking about. It's November. And if in the middle of October, I say to you, hey, how you doing? You green light go, you yellow light. How's it happening? Got it. There you go. So there's Dr. Amy being very delicate, like Priscilla. And here's Raymond saying, it is not okay for me to have staff, to have site leaders who don't know if their school's running on, beside, or under budget. And so this needs to be a top priority. This can't be something we're going to talk about, we're going to analyze, we're going to think about, we're going to get a committee together, we're going to think. This is like super duper 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 important, and it needs to happen right away. And so I need to feel like everybody appreciates the exigency of this, and this November, and I need to be able to see a copy of her budget, and I want to be able to see a copy of Tammy's budget. And that, because it's not really for me, because they want it, right? They want to be, everybody wants to know how they're doing. Okay, so when are we going to get those?
Next month?
Next month. Okay.
Or sooner. I mean, we're
Sooner's better.
Next week, so I mean, you'll get board docs obviously before.
Yeah.
I even have them ready. But as soon as we sit down and kind of hammer out what we call the consumable side, I think we were really focused on getting the payroll side kind of trued up, and then now we've kind of shifted again. Yes, late, absolutely. So I think we've made that a top priority to get where we are and what we're forecasting to be as close as possible, so that you can make the right decisions.
Okay. But I guess as part of this relationship, and I'm going to stop, Joseph, I promise. If part of this relationship is, I would like for you to come to meetings like this and say, hey man, here's the things that aren't happening. Dr. Amy, she doesn't have a budget. Tammy, no budget. We know it's not there. We know it's important. We're working on it. It's going to happen in this time. Instead of just being silent on it every month and, making me turn into a grouchy bear, because I'm like, why is nobody taking this seriously? Like, right? I want to know we are taking it seriously. We're just busy doing other things right now, right? Or XED, or, Charter Impact isn't giving us what we need, or we're looking for some downloads from OCDE, or whatever it is that's happening. Okay. Sorry. I'm done.
Okay. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm going to
I think so. All right. Well, thank you very much, Brian. Takes us to the second item under the financial report, which is our STRS per audit update with Oswaldo Diaz.
So as everybody know, we are going through a STRS audit, and we are working with the CalSTRS audit resolution team on 3 findings that are in the process of being resolved. Finding number 1 is the post-retirement earnings, and this one relates to a duplicated error in one of the employees. We actually this is dating back to 2014-15, so it's some years back. We actually had to contact Orange County Department of Ed, OCDE, to actually request additional information relating to both the employee and employer portion that unfortunately we did not have in our records at the office. We already received the information from OCDE, and tomorrow we are having a meeting with the auditor to actually provide both the information and the updates on where we are with the finding. Also, we have 2 other findings. Finding number 3, which is paid salary. We actually have 5 employees that are currently being researched. The information that we are researching dates back to 2013-14 and 14-15. We did request information from OCDE and San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. This is information that currently we are working on in order to correct those salaries. This one is still ongoing. And finally, finding number 7, the retention bonuses. We already completed the research of 15 employees. We are going to provide that to the audit resolution team, and we are working still on 4 additional employees that the records are older, and that's part of the information that we requested both from OCDE and SB San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. So as far as the financial impact of the audit, at this point is unknown until we have final resolution of the audit resolution team. Currently, we have a provision of $29,000 that is included in the budget of 2018-19. We are estimating that this could range in between $15,000 to $30,000 once all of the audit items are resolved. This is just an estimate. We will know once we get final resolution from the audit team. Any questions?
What did you?
The amount that we have in our reserves, so to speak, that we provision in our audited financials is $29,000, but we are estimating anywhere in between $15,000 to $30,000. So, and this is just an estimate. We will know once the audit is finalized, and we can for certain have the estimated amount of input.
Is there any benefit in paying? Just go ahead and give them a number right now, so that whatever late fees and penalties stop accumulating, right? So
when we have the conversation tomorrow, I'll ask the auditor, but that's not how it works. They actually bill you once they know the amount for certain.
Yeah, but I think if and we wait another month for them to give us a bill, it could be an additional $5,000 in late fees and penalties.
Yes, there could be additional.
Instead of just saying, you know what, this is what we estimate it to be, we're going to cut a check for there. It's not like we're not going to square up with them eventually anyway, right? So we're not worried about them having.
I'll ask about that possibility. Based on my prior experience, I don't think that it can be done, but I'll definitely ask tomorrow as
Okay.
We're having that meeting.
Okay, because I think when we first discovered our STRS variance, we'll call it, I feel like we sat down, we came up with an estimate, a pretty significant check. I want to say it was $130,000 or so, but that stopped a bunch of ugliness from happening, and then we didn't work out the final number for 2 or 3 more months after that. but because we had already paid that, no addition, so the penalties and interest had stopped, 3.5 months before or whatever. So anyway, yeah, it'd be great if you had that conversation.
I'll definitely point this out tomorrow during our meeting.
This is with Scott.
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Oswaldo Diaz. That takes us now to our personnel report, being presented by Shazane Mufti, Assistant Director of Business Operations.
Oh, sorry. I just want to kind of address some of the operational things that came up in the last conversation. I have found that some of our operational norms are very antiquated. We do a lot of things manually. Things have processes that have no reasoning. So we are very slow in getting a lot of things out. So I want to take responsibility for that. A conversation I had with our benefits were late, and I'm like, why are our benefits late? And I said, why can't we automate these? And they're like, we've been asking for years to automate the withdrawal for benefits, and it's never been done. So there are things like that have no explanation from the past, but we're trying to get them rectified. So I know things are late. I know that we get things late and we're asked to process them real quickly, but it's just the way things have been done. So it is going to be a whole organizational change. It's not happening as fast as any of us wanted. So I want to let you know that, the last couple of years I have been a consultant and an organizational efficiency for nonprofits. So I know what the broken pieces are. Unfortunately, I can't fix it fast enough. But I do want to let you know that, as these things come up, that we're trying to address the root causes of what's causing these things. We should not have any late payments, right? And so I want to let you know that we have identified that as an issue, but we right now don't have the manpower to address some of these issues because we're still working with temps and through our transition of, where things were left, undone, picked up by temps, and now we need to put in the system processes and appropriate people to kind of move us to the next level. So I just want to make that disclaimer that, there's a lot that, we as in the business office, I would like to own because I know it's broken, but I'd like to fix it. And we're working on it, but I don't have the fixes yet. So, but we're working on it. So with that in mind, I wanted to go through and update you where we are with our HR and payroll processes. The first page of the report is basically things we outlined last time, so there's no change on that. We do have some updates on where we are in the processes and what we're planning to do to resolve the further issues. So at this time, what we've been working on, and we're a couple weeks behind on what my intended outline was for resolving all of our reviewing and revising our employment agreements. As we've gone through this process and we've visited people, we've actually surfaced additional issues. And they are going to have a budget impact. People's pay was under budgeted. Complete people, as we've just said, people's entire salaries weren't budgeted. And like Raymond said, I think part of that was there were budgeted maybe within Championship Village and not on our main organizational budget. Did you have a question? Okay. Okay.
And so, for example, if it's somebody, I mean, without naming names, obviously, right? So, but if you said, hey, we budgeted this new pay scale with the belief that everybody was going to start out at a level 1, but everybody had in their head Well, I'm a level 5. I've been here for however many years, and I'm a level 5, or wherever the confusion was, and now what, and then how are we reconciling that, right? So
So there's several issues, like I said. So one is that complete people were left off budget. So you're not seeing them on budget, but you're seeing them on the expense side. In addition, there's several things, and we've been working with an HR lawyer to rectify a few things. Part of, and I'm going to be coming back to you next time with the revised classified salary scale with adjustments, because some people were put on for days and some people were put on for months. Doesn't make sense. We've even found.
Priscilla wants me to be clear about this.
Okay.
So you're saying that we created a budget, and in that budget we had, I'm going to make up a number, 25 people, of which really there were 35 people. So the budget looked good, but there was no way that budget was ever going to work.
No.
Okay.
No. It was purposely kept that way, from what I can tell. That people were budgeted at one when they've been here 3 years. There's no reason to do that other than, and their hours were put reduced for no reason. People were put on months, which we don't pay in months. We pay in hours. At least that's where we're at now. People's pay was erroneously reduced. Their hourly salary, or their hourly amount, they went from salary, they went to an hourly amount. Their pay was reduced without them knowing, us knowing, we have to do retros. And I'm still finding this out as of right now, where.
And you're telling me people minded that?
Well, that's why they didn't get paid correctly.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, no, yeah. That's what I'm saying.
So
that's
we just
and
crossed.
a lot of what you're seeing is retro pay. And I'm doing a full analysis. I don't have all the numbers right now because I'm still finding out even today. You know?
Yep.
So what we budgeted is not what people's contracts are saying. Some people don't have the contracts. Now that we're going back to have them sign agreements, they're not matching. And so, you know, like I said, some people, especially some of the IAs, have been here for, 4, 5, 6 years, and they're budgeted at level 1 with an AA, and they're probably at a BA. It's like $2-3 a difference for some of these people, right? And they weren't being paid correctly. That's why they're complaining. But other people were taken from salary. They were reduced down to an hourly amount. The hourly amount was wrong, under budget, by $2,000 for this person, $3,000 for this person. I mean, there's significant differences that I'm seeing, and we're trying to rectify all that. And so I'm going to be creating a very detailed report and tell you exactly by name of exactly what that is. And then, like I said, we also found out we have people missing on the salary scale. Their job doesn't exist on the salary scale. I have a line item that is not, as let's say, compliant with ed code. So we need to move that completely off. So there's different, it's not one issue that I can tell you, like, and this is what's causing it. It's multiple issues. It's multiple layers of misbudgeting. Exactly. So it's all surfacing, and we're trying to address it, and I'm hoping, getting some feedback that we're trying to address it and address it in the right manner. It's just not a quick fix.
Got it. But you're not talking about we've been messing up for 5 years and we're reconciling that now. It's that there was a budget that was drafted, approved, that was really had no way. It was never going to be successful because there was, and even to this very moment, are people that are not on there that should be on there.
Or they were under budgeted.
Right. And so if I as a person on payroll, all of a sudden all along my pay's been fine, I think. And then you show up and my pay gets crazy. You look at the budget and say, well, I'm paying you exactly what you should be paid. I don't see a problem. I'm saying, no, look at what my agreement says. You're like, oh my gosh, those are totally not the same thing. And now we've got to reconcile that.
Yeah, and it didn't start with me because I've been here 6 weeks, and this started August.
Well, we were blaming you before you got here.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And that's okay, because I want to take full responsibility and try to fix it. What my issue is, and there's multiple reasons, but one of it is that we're going from one back office provider to another. So when the information was transferred over, it came over as salary. and then they had to say, okay, this is a person's hourly amount. So when someone went in and changed how many days a person works a year, it went from someone working 190 days to someone working 175 or 85, their calculation of what someone was making hourly was incorrect, and they were taken off a salary and put on an hourly amount, thinking they're making the same amount, and they're not. And so we have a group of people that are on months that, if we don't fix this in a correct manner, are not going to get paid over the holiday period, because we don't have a policy that covers that, because people are paid on a day rate. So like I said, there's multiple layers of issues going on, but I mean, the main thing I want to do is make sure we're fair to our employees. I mean, so
But I think that, to be fair, though, that was how the budget was sort of sold to us: is, hey,
yes.
we need to balance the budget. We need to get here. So these are some of the things they can do. And so it may have been understood but unspoken at that time that, yeah, and those people aren't going to get paid, and that's where all that savings comes from.
And I think whoever was putting together the salary scale had an understanding of that's what they were doing, that there was the budget projection, and then I have another layer of things were promised to employees, which is different than what was budgeted, which is even on top of that, because if we put people at a certain level and they're promised another level, that's where there are people that said, this is not what I was promised.
Sure.
And
Okay.
some of them have emails stating what they were promised, some of them don't. But so that's what's creating a lot of the frustration and friction, and it's understandable, but it is a putting a puzzle together, figuring out how this was put together and taking it apart and making it right. And that's the difficulty we've had. And just even going out and, like I said, signing these contracts, every time we sit down with someone, and we've been doing one-on-one meetings, and additional information surfaces that we didn't know or have any visibility to until we had that conversation. And now I need to take that piece, factor that in, and then move forward. So I know there's going to be a huge budget impact. So I'm going to be working with XED and letting you know as quickly as I know it. I don't have full information on that because I'm still discovering it. So yes.
Raymond turned that on. Kill switch.
I think it's important that rather than going through the past and how we got here, it's clear that there's broken pieces to this. But it's not going to get any better just at the snap of a finger. So rather than just piecemealing it and fixing it as we go, we need to make a list of what's broken with a timeline to fix it and set milestones. And so I would like to see a summary report for the next meeting that says, here's the pieces of this system-wide that are broken. Here's how we're going to fix it. And this is the timeline to fix it under. Because it is absolutely not okay if it just keeps going on and we keep putting Band-Aids on it. It needs to be fixed for it to function properly. So we need to get to the point where we're not looking to the past for why it is what it is and we're just sort of wallowing in it. It needs to be addressed and fixed. So for the next meeting, I'd like to see a summary of here's the things that are broken that we're going to fix to get it to the point where it is automated and vendors are not getting paid, so that we're not having this conversation anymore.
And for that, I either need to do it myself, and I don't think I have more hours than I've put in the last 6 weeks, or I need appropriate staffing. And I'm working on both, but I'm very close to getting you a summary of what we need as far as the salary scale. I have a handful more of employees we're down to less than 10 that we have not talked to. Not everyone has turned in their agreements, but we've talked to most people. And there's, like I said, there's certain things exempt. I mean, there's some technical things that I have to make sure why people are put on what scale, whatever. So it is a constant conversation back with the lawyer to make sure we're doing this correctly. But I'm pretty confident we can resolve this pretty soon and get people paid correctly, get you correct numbers, move forward. But that said, I mean, that's within the HR payroll function. I also know, like, and when we last talked, hopefully resolving this, and then we'll move on to the other parts of the business functions. And honestly, there it is staff capacity is affecting how quickly we can roll certain things out there, because I'm working with temps. We do have a plan to move forward with that, but I just wanted to let you know that we are working on all of the pieces. It's just, it's moving, and we've probably been going faster than we probably should be, and it's causing us to have other things that we're overlooking and mistakes and stuff like that. So I know we want to fix ASAP. I know we want to fix yesterday, but also need a little bit more time, because the things that have surfaced lately is because things are missed, because people are just working crazy hours, and things are not getting caught, and other mistakes are happening. So with that said, I will get them to you as quickly as possible, and I'm pretty confident it'll be by our next meeting. Sure.
I don't have time for, well, maybe not, maybe it's this, maybe it's, and I'm not saying it's your fault, because you came in and you really cleaned a lot of the things that were being done incorrectly. But moving forward and working with your staff, this is what I want to see. Okay, that's the problem. This is what I need you to do. We do it, by next week, 2 weeks from now, because we got to report whatever. the staff needs to understand that those are important things that needs to be done, and there are certain ways to do things. The procrastination is not acceptable, and it's not you. I'm just saying in general. Moving forward, this is what I want OPA and everybody working at OPA to be able to do. There is no time for procrastination. There is no time for I did not know, I don't think. You don't know something, ask. If you're doing it right, then okay. If you're not doing it right, then somebody will help you. We cannot afford to have those mistakes taking place over and over and over. And I'm sorry if I'm taking it on you, but it's not you personally. I'm just saying in general, we've been sitting here and listening to these things over and over and over. I've been coming to the board meetings for over 2.5 years, 3 years. And it is again the same pattern. Well, we don't know this, we're not sure of this, we're not, that has to stop. And if the staff, if you need Jill to talk to the staff, the teachers, the whatever, you know, to help you get your job done and stop, doing whatever they're doing or not helping you, we will do that if we need to have a meeting with them, because you're doing your best. And I know you have done a lot, but now it's time for us to say, okay, this is what is happening. How can we address it? Let's fix it. And that's it. We move forward.
And I think there's a couple of different factors in that. One is, I think with the organizational culture we're coming from, there's going to have to be a big organizational shift and training and doing things in a different way. That said, I think there's so much with the history and the baggage. There's a gap in decision making sometimes that no one wants to sometimes take
The
a lead.
responsibility.
No one wants
right.
to sign off on things, so we can't get things done. If I can't get the contract signed, electronic timesheets, I can't implement that. And I'm waiting. If I'm waiting on things because people are afraid to move forward because of all the baggage of what they're afraid of, they're going to sign off on the wrong thing, it makes it harder for us to do the work that we're doing. So what I'm saying, and I
But Shazim, I think what you're sensing though is, and this is one of the 100 things that I love about Priscilla, right? Is she's super duper passionate about this. And what you sense is that commitment to making sure that this is a fundamental thing. It's like people's paycheck. And we worked really hard last year to do the undoable, which is, take a look at surrounding areas and put together a competitive matrix that helps us, be more competitive and, do things like that. And then somehow in the middle of all that, things got a little bit sideways, and some, like you said, some contracts, some promises, some things. You show up, we hand it all to you and say, hey man, make this right and do it in a hurry. And you're trying to reconcile all this stuff and saying, hey man, who's gonna have this tough conversation with this person and say, we budgeted this and I'm expecting to pay you X, and you have every right and you're expecting to get Y. Who's going to resolve that? Who's going to come in here and fix that? We're like, well, you figure it out. And so we really are coming at you with a lot of stuff. And in that, it's emotion from the person who's not getting paid what they think they ought to get and probably deserve to get paid. But from us, this thing still being said. You heard Priscilla say this just loud and clear. You heard her say, this isn't about you. You got stuck in a prickly spot. What I do think is critically important, however, is that these contracts up in these procedures to make sure that in go forward years and things like that, we've got a nice smooth process. We know we've had issues in the past where it felt like teachers and everybody was all the way to the end of the year and nobody knew, are they coming back? Are they going to get renewed? What does that all mean? And so to be sure that we set that process up for success, and I know you're taking that seriously and I appreciate that a great deal. But this is very emotional for everybody here is really excited about this and getting it done in a hurry.
And I'm very mindful of that, and we're working as fast as we can. And I feel we made great strides. I mean, I might only be talking for myself, but I feel just from the conversations that we've had and the turn of where we were just even 6 weeks ago to where we're at now, I mean, it might look the same to you guys, but from what I'm looking at, that we've resolved issues, we're moving forward, we've worked through some of the transition issues and things like that. Are we where we want to be? You know, of course we want to do it faster, quicker, better. I, like I said, I think we've made some great strides, and then, you know, and I want to point that out because sometimes we look at everything that's wrong, but, you know, sometimes we don't concentrate on the stuff that we are fixing along the way and, you know, rectifying and things like that. And, you know, people need to feel they're part of a growing and winning culture in order to feel good about, you know, where they're at and where they're working and things like that. So, you know, as we're working on fixing, you know, what we're doing, but we also want to create a good culture that, you know, moving forward.
But
So
I want to be clear in this because I heard a couple things and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. There's not one person sitting up here that's afraid to support the right decision or make the right investment where it makes sense to improve the systems if we're provided with all the information we need to make that decision. And I think that goes back to some of Priscilla's comments as well as mine earlier, which is if we don't know what the problem is and what the recommended fix is, then we don't understand what the path is to get there, and then it just stays the same. So no one is going to not support the right decision to fix what's broken, but we just need a clear picture in a summary report of what that looks like, what the actions are to fix it, and how we get there to be able to support.
and I don't disagree with that. So, and if we need to provide any additional information, we're happy to do so. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. 2 meetings ago, when I stood at this lectern, I was called handsome. My hair was complimented. I'm looking forward to efforts of my department are quite visible. I think the majority of you are well up to speed on our priorities, our efforts, our outcomes, and I'd love to hear some questions. I'd love to address any questions that the team may have. We will continue our diligent efforts. Currently have plenty of work to do. Thank you.
Brevity is appreciated. And he was very handsome. Everyone leaves with compliment.
Handsome Andrew. And very nice hair, by the way.
All right. Takes us to our executive director.
What about board member comments? When do they come? I don't see them on there. Okay.
You get a whole section to yourself. I'm just a subsection. I think I'm going to keep it really short. And we did have a lockdown drill today, and we used an app created by a parent. And my understanding that the lockdown drill went very, very well, and it was technology based. It's an app that has been shared with, I believe, the mayor, Capistrano Unified School District, and we can talk a little bit about how it works at a later meeting. But again, we were selected to pilot this, and it went extremely well today. So thank you to our counselor. Secondly, just very quickly, some of us attended a meeting about the International Baccalaureate program. They have a primary years program and a middle school years program. And we had to think about this question: what is the purpose of a K-12 education? And it's becoming more difficult to define in the 21st century. but we were introduced to into the notion of we are in the middle of, or actually quickly approaching, what is known as the fourth industrial revolution. Some of us might remember the Industrial Revolution, 18th, 19th century, 20th century, but this about the revolution. Fourth.
We weren't
Who-
who remembers that?
We remember it.
Who remembers that?
We remember it
History class.
from history class. I'm so sorry. It's
Wonder
late.
if there's something you need to tell us.
No. Time traveler, yeah, that's me. Anyways, fourth industrial revolution, we're quickly approaching this period in which we have the capacity to innovate rapidly. And the program that we're looking at in the discussion that we had is about looking at the best global practices to equip our students with the kind of skills that they're going to need as we're entering into the fourth industrial revolution. Their whole child, their transdisciplinary thematic instruction, and it has a lot to do also with different ways of knowing, which we know about with regard to multiple intelligences. So it was very exciting to spend the morning rethinking about what our purpose is and looking at what kind of research-based programming would support what is working at OPA and also can advance our students' learning, and especially as we're looking at what students need to know, if there's some deficits, if there's some slippage, if there's some areas in which we shine. Again, we know that our efforts are not enough. Our students are doing very well, but we really want to look again at that 21st century education. The world is such that we can't even, some of us can't even think about what it's going to look like. So how do we give students the foundational skills that they can carry with them to help deal with this rapid change and some of the artificial intelligence and some of the pieces that our technology is creating for us. So it's something for us to think about. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
You are welcome. I appreciate the deep thoughts. Takes us to board member reports and comments. Mr. Jackson, can we start at your end of the table?
Oh, yay.
All right.
Okay, cool. I would like to say happy birthday to Joseph, because I didn't get to wish him happy birthday. But you've been on the board for a year.
Which means you've been on the board for a year.
Which happy birthday, Joseph.
To you as well. Oh, we're good.
I totally want to hug. But a couple of quick things is some topics have come up as of late, specifically things like field trips. And I have to tell you that I like the dialogue that's happening, right? So it seems like we're reworking the way field trips work. And in grand fashion, I love the dialogue that's happening. So it's a conversation, it's town halls, it's people talking about it. How are we going to rework this? And I have to say that I love the positivity around that. So that's exactly what I have in my mind when I think about democracy and positive dialogue. And so keep all those things up. And on the topic of donations, I just heard these numbers like $40,000 by Dr. Amy and Mr. Bridges. These are pretty amazing accomplishments that the Honor Society pulls off on these events. And so I want to be sure that if something is happening at the school that you're grouchy about, don't punish Honor Society by not giving and not participating. If you don't want to go to Pumpkin City and spend $50 on whatever it is that you're going to do, maybe just give Honor Society $5. And, there's lots of ways to participate. So I don't want you to feel like you have to go and take your entire family to a big expensive dinner so that Honor Society can get $3 of that dinner. And what's happening with our MOU update? I wonder about that. Are we going to do that tonight? Are we going
to give us an update?
I don't have an MOU update. I would like to get an MOU update. How's everything going? Is that still going to happen tonight, or is that going to be another day? No, it's not in the agenda. But I thought we were going to do that.
it on the agenda, but I'd be happy to provide you an update. As of this date, we're up to date with our MOU items, but most importantly, this is about creating an open dialogue with our charter authorizers, not only for the South Orange County campus, but the Saddleback Valley campus as well, with our charter authorizer, the Orange County Department of Education. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. And if there are clarifications, questions, assistance needed and asked for with both parties, we are responsive to each other. We talk about it. We talk about the best ways to let our boards know the questions or the curiosities they have. So yes, we are on track with the items that were due up through this month, but also considering that we are in contact, especially with Capo, several times a week, it seems. I think that's a very positive that's a very positive partnership that we're growing. I'm going to the Capo board meetings, very visible, there to answer questions. So again, the trust is building. We're doing what we said we did. We're open. We ask questions. We ask for their help. We're responsive to their needs as well.
Okay, great. Last thing I wanted to do is ask Lee if, remember last board meeting we were talking about doing an action list as we go through here and there's follow-up and who's doing what and when is it due? Did you ever publish that? To everybody but me? Joseph told you to leave me off? Well, maybe I could get included in that.
Not saying.
Too. No, I'd like to see that because maybe there's some things on there that, you know, I caught maybe that you didn't or something. That'd be great.
It's on a Google Drive, so we'll just share it with you.
Great.
We'll share it with
you.
all the board members.
Super. And Priscilla's amazing, by the way. And you're up next.
What are we going to do with you?
We're going to cherish every moment we have.
I just want to read to everybody and remind everyone the mission statement. And my reason for that is because a lot of times we forget the reason why we even exist as a charter school. And if we put this mission in the back of our head, then we lose focus and we forget the reason why OPA is here today. So our mission statement says, we believe that all students are unique and gifted individuals. We are committed to working collaboratively to develop lifelong learners in a safe and caring educational environment where students are challenged, scholarships is expected, and differences are valued. When I read this as a board member first, to me it says a lot. And the key word for me here is working collaboratively. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that I have an opinion, therefore mine should be superior than yours, or I don't agree with you, then I'm not following it. That's not what that means. If you are in a school setting, everybody works together. All ideas are okay or good, and everybody tries to do their best to follow whatever is in the best interest of the students. So many times this week particularly and this month, going through a lot of emails that I've been seeing going around, it sounded like we lost that focus. What does collaboration mean? You cannot be in a school setting without willing to collaborate with your peers. That's very important. OPA is not about I know better than you or you know less than me. That's not what we're about. We are all here for the same reason, to serve the children, to help them grow, to help them be better. So the example starts with us. If us adults are behaving differently, we cannot expect the same thing from the students. So I would strongly suggest everybody to basically maybe once a week review your mission statement, memorize it, and have it somewhere in your classroom. Have the students also look at it and tell you what does that mean to them? How can they apply it on their daily basis? For the teachers, as a teacher, when I was a teacher, when I was a teacher leader, a teacher mentor, that was a crucial thing. We were I would not say forced, we were obligated to use our mission statement daily when we are planning our lesson plan and when we're having staff meeting. That would be the first question that the principal would ask. What's the mission statement? What does that mean? How can we move forward? So that's very important. Second thing, if teachers are feeling frustrated, whatever, something is not right, please speak up. You have Jill here. Miss Mark is there. That's why she's there. Start going into the process of, your leader. Go to your leaders first before you go to your board. Because if you send me an email, I will forward it to Jill. It's not that I don't care about what you're saying. It's not that I'm not hearing what you're saying, but she is the person in charge. She should be addressed first, or you should go to your chancellor, then to Jill if you're not getting. And then if you still feel that things are not being done, then you can reach out to your board. I would like everybody to start getting in the process of following leadership style also. It's not just going to Mrs. Campos, Mr. Raymond Jackson, or we want to hear from you. Don't get me wrong. But there's a reason why you have an executive director. There's a reason why you have chancellors. There's a reason why you have deans. So, and that goes for parents. As a parent, I don't go straight to the big boss. First, you address the teacher, you try to find out what's going on. Then if the teacher doesn't help you, then you go to the chancellor and vice versa. So I would like to see OPA go back to that trend of processing, of culture, of doing things. We are not there. I mean, the board is there to help you. However, we are not your answers to everything. People need to start going to the line of command channel. You go to your EDs, you go to your chancellors or whatever. And I guarantee you, if we start doing that, things are going to start changing also. And I do not want people to feel that I can't go to this person because I'm going to get fired, or I can't go to this person because that's not what we want. Because I've heard that many times. So if there is an issue, we need to address it. Let's stop being, well, that's not how we do things. I don't care about this person, or I don't know. Because honestly, I personally, or Mr. Jackson personally, by himself, he cannot do anything. We have no power. We only have power when we're all together. Individually, there's nothing we could do. We're just a person just like you. I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to record what you said. But the first thing I'm going to do is, hey, guys, this is what came up to me. What can we do? Or go to Jill and ask her, this is what was brought up. How can we fix this? So let's start getting into that mindset and mentality, and never forget what the mission is about: collaboration, differences. And I think if we start there, there's a lot of things that will come.
It's true. Ms. Campos.
So mine is going to be short and sweet because I know it's late. I can see everybody's faces right now. So first of all, I think it's really important that everybody get back to just focusing on the kids and making sure we're doing what's right for them. I honestly believe if when we make decisions, we always have them in mind, then it will work out and we could do anything and make everything better if we're doing it as a team. But when everybody's going in different directions, or like Priscilla was just saying, going around different channels, it's not going to work because we have to do it together. So I mean, this is a great place to be, and our kids deserve us to be adults, set an example, work together, and focus on them always.
I think that the three of you have established the three essential legs of a three-legged stool, and I would be redundant at this point. So I second all that you have said, and will allow us to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. And there are no items for consent. Yeah, we're just moving through this now. Item 8, approval of change order and contracts. No items for change order and contracts. 9, items scheduled for action. Approval of updated OPA educational records and student information policy. The Board of Directors of Oxford Preparatory Academy, Inc., a California nonprofit public benefit corporation, has updated the educational records and student information policy to apply to all educational records and student information maintained by OPA. FERPA is a federal law that is administered by the Family Policy Compliance Office in the U.S. Department of Education. Department 20 U.S. Code, Section 1232G, 34 Code of Federal CFR, Part 99. FERPA applies to educational agencies and institutions, for example, schools that receive funding under any program administered by the department. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the updated OPA educational records and student information policy. Ms. Marks, would you like to present on this?
I'd be happy to. We're updating the OPA educational records and student information policy. They have these pieces of information have been missing, or they have been not updated for quite some time. Part of what I'm doing is going through our policies and ensuring that they have been updated. That legal counsel helps us update with new language, appropriate language, and these policies will be posted on our website with board approval and then submitted to our charter authorizers, especially to the Orange County Department of Education. So what you see is revised language. It's longer language than before, and in some cases there was just missing language. So what I'm submitting to you is, again, it's prepared with legal counsel, and it meets the requirements of these policies.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve the policy.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Grand speech took it all out of her. She's not on. Okay. All right. The motion before us is to approve the updated OPA educational records and student information policy. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? This motion passes by a vote of 4-0. Next on the agenda is approval of the resolution for the charter school, resolution for the Orange County Department of Education to issue funds to Oxford Preparatory Academy Charter School Farmers and Merchants Bank Account. Based on the newly opened Farmers and Merchants Bank accounts, Oxford Preparatory Academy, OPA is required to submit to the Orange County Department of Education a new electronic fund transfer resolution. This information is required to ensure that the banking information is accurate and the appropriate staff are authorized to act on behalf of OPA. It's recommended the Board of Directors approve this.
Yes, so what you have in front of you is a resolution to grant authority to both our executive director and the chief business officer to transfer electronic funds from the Orange County Department of Education Treasury account to our newly opened accounts in Farmers and Merchants. So this authority is required to be provided to the Orange County Department of Ed. So they will allow us to take our funds, and these are our regular funds that we receive, our apportionments that we receive, and to actually transfer them into our accounts.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve this resolution?
I motion to approve the resolution for farmers.
A second.
merchant.
With great enthusiasm. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of approving the resolution for Farmers and Merchants Bank to transfer the OCDE funds, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? This motion passes by a vote of 4-0. And now, having gotten a true insight into how this board truly operates, we come to item 10, items scheduled for information, applicants for OPA board of directors. For the executive director and two designated board members, we'll screen, vet the applicants, and bring forward all qualified applicants who shall be interviewed by the OPA board of directors during open meeting. The 8th amended bylaws of Oxford Preparatory Academy. There are 3 applicants for the OPA board of directors. Mark, did you want to lead this?
I do. One of our applicants is still very interested, but he left us. But I'd like to invite Dipti to come up and share a little bit about herself. We know she's a patient woman. But please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us why you're interested in joining our board, and ask us some questions. We might ask you a few.
Oh, can you turn your microphone on? Pretty please.
Is this better?
Much.
Okay. My background is in education. My master's is in education from Pepperdine. I taught for 6 years, public school, charter, and also special needs. And then my husband and I got married and moved to Orange County. I got an opportunity out here in the healthcare, so I kind of switched for a little while, ended up loving what I'm doing, and continued. I still wanted to get back into education, especially now that my kids are going to be starting the school system. And we were looking at different schools in the area, and OPA was one of them. And then I saw the position, and it brought back some thoughts where I wanted to come back and, help OPA, one, to grow and succeed, especially because I've been hearing a lot of things from other parents, other groups and stuff, and all positive, actually. I actually didn't hear anything negative. So it's been great. So we're still highly considering putting our kid through the lottery system to attend. I just found out that this location, he would be going to the Saddleback location because that's where we fall in our district. Questions I do have, actually just through this meeting, and this is just because recently I've been very deck heavy, very data heavy, and I was wondering, do you guys use any of that to kind of stay updated with the information that you are requesting your employees and stuff? We use things we did, like you guys were requesting, and we green status of like a prog for whatever reason it is, and I don't know if that's something that was done here at all. Like me totally.
I love that you asked that question. That's an awesome question. What can I answer it though? So yeah, we're trying to get to that point.
Okay.
Right? Because it would be great
if
we had a dashboard or something that told us those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's
We're
awesome.
working on that.
I would love to help in that.
Okay, cool. I would love it if you helped. What other questions do you have? Give us a stumper.
I think I wrote down a lot of information that I wanted to do my own research on, just because one, I don't know what Prop 39 was, and that was one of the questions I wanted to go back and look it up, and I haven't had a chance to.
Basically, it's where the authorizer gives us a discounted rate on like a school, like this school, for example, is a Prop 39 facility. So they give us this facility at a discounted rate, so we don't have to pay market rent on the
Okay.
school site. Did I say that right, Osvaldo? Cool. That wasn't a stumper. Give us something like hard.
Why do you guys do this?
Oh man, Priscilla.
She's been.
No, really, it's because all the same reasons, right? So
Yeah.
we're here. I tell you, a year ago was a different day. A year ago was a very different day.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, it was different. And so Dr. Amy wasn't here. And really it was about trying to make sure that some of the craziness went away,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if it sounds like there's craziness now, this is like amateur hour compared to the craziness that was going on then, right? Because we've got a history. So it's a great school. What's been unchallenged throughout is how academically successful we are, but there was some charismatic leadership that took a lot of liberties with a lot of things and, not good. So we're fix that and put all that to rest and act right, act like grown-ups.
Yeah.
Not pay late fees on stuff, right?
Yeah, some of the easier stuff, right?
Yeah,
Where
this
we
is
can.
super easy compared to what was going on before.
Yeah.
But it's all about the kids because I have 3 kids that go here. Sadly, they drag down the scores. I'm positive of that, but
I'm sure
because
if
it's
my
because
kids
they
come
don't
here, it'll be
listen.
the
You heard
same.
her talk about it. It's because they don't listen.
I have the same problem at home. I have 2 kids.
There you go. Hopefully, but I bet yours don't drag the score down.
I think one of them may. He calls himself the boss baby. Can have him. No.
Anything else?
I think we do it because it's worth fighting for. It's really kind of a cliche, but it's true. I think we've all had the benefit of seeing our children go through here, and we've seen the devotion of the teachers, the staff, the leadership, and all that they pour into our kids. And we've seen the fruit of that devotion in our children. And so you have 2 choices. You can kind of sit on the sidelines and gripe about what's going wrong, or you can say, well, I'll give up multiple weeknights a month to see if I can help. And some of us were chosen to get on board and have an opportunity to help other people run honor society, and other people, they do bake sales. They help make sure kids get in cars. Everybody finds a way they pitch in.
Yeah.
4 of us were just board members, whatever that may mean. But I mean, we do it because this is worth fighting for.
And
Now
all
that
of your
we've
kids
fought
go
them,
here? Sorry, or they
Oh,
went
yeah.
here?
My daughter graduated this past May, and you have 3. She has 1 daughter. And
2 at SV.
So, yeah. So, yeah. Well, I kind of joined the board.
We conned her anyway.
I was very hesitant at the beginning, but I was convinced and dragged in a way by Mr. Chairman over there to join the board. And but the main reason that I truly joined the board is because my daughter asked me to, and she said that she had the opportunity to get a great education at OPA, so she would hate for the other kids coming forward or to lose on that. And I can tell you now she's in high school and she is doing extremely well in high school. She said she was well prepared. There's a lot of great things that she learned. She learned it from here. So now where she is, it's kind of easier for her because she had already learned them with her teachers here. So when I hear that, it's a plus. I mean, that's why I'm still here. I'm still fighting for the other kids so they can get the same benefits. Now, do we have flaws? Yes, we do. Do we need to change a lot of things? Yes, we do. But that's why we got on board, because we were all tired of the craziness and the things that were happening. So that's
One
why I'm
team,
here.
one dream,
right?
Exactly. That's what I'm here.
I'd like to point out these two wonderful women in the audience. It's late. I walk into Saddleback Valley and they're there. There are our employees and parents. They come to the meetings, and this is why it's the support of the community, the number of volunteers is just it's astounding. It is a true community, and we're here to um, create the brightest future possible. And I know I'm a board member, but I just wanted to point out why am I here, because yeah, that
There's
too.
a lot of that going around.
That too. But I want to talk about parents and employees as well. They're phenomenal.
Do you have other questions?
Saying that. And you don't see that often, especially like lately. And that's kind of why my husband and I have been looking into different schools and kind of just, doing our own little research lately a lot regarding that. And then just happened just really brought a big smile to me. And so I really appreciate it.
So I have to ask a question, because it was the question that was asked of Raymond and I when we interviewed for this, and I in turn continued that tradition when I asked everyone after. And that board member's not here anymore to ask it, so I'll ask it on his behalf. Are you prepared to put in the time commitment for this board? And I don't say that, I say it because we're a working board. We work less now because we have a leadership team, but I wasn't kidding. We do meet more than one of these days. We'll meet once a month. I'm sure of it. That'll be the time that we can ride off into the sunset when we've gotten to that point. But we do have a fair amount of things that we're still grappling with and trying to get resolved. And so we sometimes, more often than not, have a couple board meetings a month. We have school district meetings that we'll go to appear and speak on behalf of the organization. There are functions on campus, which hopefully we'll get to be able to do more of because our time to be here, because it's important for the board to show support for functions happening on campus. It truly is. Some people joke it's our part-time jobs, but I say that not to speechify, but just to say, if you were chosen, would you be prepared to make that kind of time commitment?
Say yes until like you. Sorry. So I would say yes, but I think what Jill told me was about 10 to 15 hours a month. That's totally doable. If it's more, I can probably
make it work for the most part. There might be a month or so that I can't, but for the most part, I probably can.
Well, we're already coming up on 5 tonight.
It is a late night. It could be 20 once in a while.
I would say
once
that's
I'm here, I'm committed.
I would say that's a light
We've gone
estimate.
to 1 a.m.
1:30.
Well, 1:30, yeah.
Makes it feel better. I'm
was
not
the
a morning
crazy-
person.
That was the crazy time. Honestly,
I would say
not
that's on
gonna
the low
lie.
end, but
It was a crazy
it's a
time.
time commitment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Part of this thing is about confidentiality.
Mhm.
I think one of the things that struck me was, I like to just be able to talk to family and friends and just say, oh my gosh, this is great. But here in particular, there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes that you can't talk about. And that's one of those things that I think really binds us to one another. And is that there's a lot going on right now to try to reconcile some of this past. Heard out our session, right?
Yeah.
So it's so you got to be comfortable with that. You have to look at it. This is
Yeah. And that wouldn't be a problem just because I do come from the healthcare end of it right now, and we have a lot of things that we can't discuss. And usually for me, when coming home, it's about family time. And my husband and I, we take our work as separate and we just kind of come home and focus on us. Even within our friends, it's about our personal lives. It's not about what we do at work or during the day in that sense. So that wouldn't be an issue for me. I think Jill did mention to me about how board members cannot speak within board members. Is that correct or something? About certain topics or?
We can speak with one, right?
Oh, you mean like you're talking about the Brown Act?
Yes.
Yeah. So, material things. It doesn't mean that we can't have a barbecue if we all be there.
Yeah.
As long as we're not talking about this.
Yes. Correct.
Do we have any additional questions?
Have you ever had peanut butter and jelly beer?
No, I don't know if that would.
Me either.
That's not a true
tasty or
statement.
not.
That is not true.
Until Joseph came over to my house. It was amazing.
It's now public record.
Oh my gosh. It was amazing.
Kind of curious to Google where that came from.
I serve on this board because of him. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Brent Johnson, the extremely, extremely patient Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight.
So, I'm Brent Johnson. I have 2 daughters. And a little of my background, I am a patent attorney, PhD in chemistry. And I've been years. Grew up in the Midwest. The main reason I want to join the board is because I just really want to help my daughters in school as much as I can. They really, especially my older daughter, has really thrived here. She has some special needs, and I think the school is really important. So my wife and I are interested in doing it. She participates in stuff. She suggested to me that I apply to this board position. I didn't think about that myself. So that. Yeah.
I bought my house because because Valencia was a blue ribbon school. We purchased our house because it was in a blue ribbon school district. And then I promptly watched my kids underperform horribly. And we got super lucky and they had just opened SV. And to the extent that my kids are going to academically thrive ever, they are thriving there. And it's just been really spectacular. And so the story that you tell is, I find, almost the normal story. So that resonates with me too.
Yes, and when those, you know, a year ago, my wife was just making sure everything stays the way it should, gets fixed, as well as continues to.
I was very worried about that. That worked out.
Me too.
Jill's here, Dr. Eaton's here.
Mr. Bridges.
Here. All right, cool. So Priscilla, what kind of questions do you have? Do you have numbers? Give it to me. Sock it to me.
No, I have one question. Since you've been at OPA for many years now, 2 years,
So my daughter's so it's 4 years.
4 years.
Well, 3.5 years.
Yeah. Okay. So you've been through the bad and you've seen it all. So if you join this board, what will I guess what is your view of the redesign of OPA? Because we have a theme that OPA moving forward. We want to move forward. We want to do better, become even better than where we are. So, how do you see us moving that way if you join the board? How will you help us move forward?
Well, I think, you know, I guess I should say, I think that the quality of the education and the care that my children receive while we've been here, I think it's been pretty consistent. You know, there's been a lot of turnover the last few years with teachers, and still, even with the new teachers, it's worked out pretty well. And I think my older daughter, there have been real, you know, if the quality had suffered, we would have noticed it. So I think that's been consistent. You know, I have to admit that I wasn't familiar with everything going on 3 or 4 years ago. I only became aware of this in the last year. But I think the things that we talked about tonight, these kinds of things, being payroll and accounting and all that stuff straightened out is what we want. We had this. We just changed law firms about a year ago. And we had a cash flow issue, and it all went back to, you know, we weren't getting our bills out on time. We weren't tending to the financial details as diligently as we should. I think that's very important to keep everything tracking. You know, if you're tracking the money well, then I think everything should be flowing smoothly. I think it's good.
Great, thank you.
Any additional questions? So I'll ask you the same one. Are you prepared for the time commitment?
So the time commitment would be 10 to 15 hours a week. 10 to 15 hours a month.
I think it just depends on the month. But for the past several months, I would say 10 to 15 is on the low side, right? So I'd say more realistically with special meetings, like just getting things fixed. 25 to 30 a month. Is that fair?
Because you also have special, so for example, Mary and I are on the especially as a new board member. So, for example, preparation for our closed session meeting, there was a I think probably 25 hours a week is
A month.
sorry. Well, I
A week.
See, it's part of that sucker you
Well, you know, my wife is supportive. Partially. flexible and work with the employer. They have to be in the office. Except nobody's watching to make sure that take so I have some flexibility. So I think that yeah, I could probably do that.
Do you have questions for us?
Yeah.
Please.
Just so you know, this time last year, I think I would have set up my rate to 10 hours. I'm not kidding. That's a stunning amount of effort.
We had a lot of coffee meetings.
That was $600 at Starbucks.
Please let him ask his questions.
CPA was like,
So if I was invited to join the board and I was deciding, is there anything that you think that I must know making that decision? I mean, you know, if I'm interviewing somebody for a position at my office, I usually have, you know, some of the associates go have lunch with this person and tell them, so that they can talk to them frankly about it, because I think people need to know what the drawbacks are for what they're getting into. You need to know that decision. Now, I already mentioned time, but if there's anything else that I should be aware of before I commit, that's interesting.
So it seems pretty lighthearted when we've been out here. I mean, I know we've gone late and we've been laughing a lot, but there is a tremendous weightiness to the matters that we're dealing with. It's not just the issues with the NOV. It's the realization that if we don't do the best we can, those are teachers with jobs that are impacted, that's staff with jobs, those are kids that are displaced from, in many of the situations, the only school they've ever known. And it's a huge, huge burden. And you will walk out of here, or you'll go through your emails one evening, and you'll lay in bed and you'll think, I have no one to talk to about this. Because you can't talk to your spouse, you can't talk to your friends, you can't talk to your colleagues, and you can't violate the Brown Act. So you will carry a pretty heavy burden that comes with the responsibility of serving on the board. Now, with that comes great rewards and great joys when we turn the ship around and you see us making progress and you see things happening. There's a tremendous pride and a joy in that. But there are times when you walk out of a school board meeting and they've just been beating you over the head, and rightfully so, for things that the organization did. And because you're on the board, you're the representative of all those past sins and ills that were conducted by your predecessors. And you can share that with them. That can be tough. The change that occurred, it's been in fits and starts, and it's been ugly and difficult over the past 14 months. But it only comes through, like Priscilla said, through that collaboration and through working with one another and finding that there is a closeness that comes from serving on this board because we are the only people who can discuss a lot of these things amongst ourselves and with our executive team. So, into what Mary's saying, if you just want to be on the board, just to be on the board, and you're not prepared to step in and own it, and devour a 37-page. Because look, I get it as an attorney. The last thing you want to do is read a 37-page memo written by lawyers. but that change occurs because of people that have invested their time throughout the organization. For us, it's just on the board. And the good part that comes of it is we can point to successes we've had. The downside is you're going to own that. You're going to, when something goes wrong, you're going to be the person who owns it. And that can be tough, but it's easier if you own it.
I think also the hardest part of being on the board, especially as a parent, it's how to learn to separate yourself as a parent and the board member. Because first of all, your duty is to be a board member. I know a lot of people say, no, my first priority is my child or whatever. No, but when you're on the board, your priority is the organization. What is the best outcome for everybody? So I think the greatest challenge that I find, at least at the beginning, it was hard to detach that emotion piece of you. Like as a parent, okay, this is what I think, or this is what I would like to see happening. But you have to be able to pull back and see the greater picture, because yeah, I'm sure there are teachers that you don't like or something happened to your child or whatever, but at the end of the day, am I really fulfilling my duty as a board, my duty of obedience as a board member, to help the other kids, or how can I make it better so I don't have to feel that frustration, because I don't know necessarily that my other fellow board members are feeling the same way that I'm feeling about this particular person. So I think that's the hardest part of being a board member as a parent, because whether you like it or not, it is a conflict of interest. It is a conflict of FERPA, if you want, in a way, because you are a parent, you're a board member, and you're making decisions on behalf of other people, which also part that will impact your child also. And you will get some parents who will come to you and say, hey, listen, do you know what such and such person did? And you part of the board, why can't you do something about it? So that's the challenge that you're going to be facing all the time, and people are going to come to you all the time for that. And it's difficult. It's a trading, and you're an attorney, so you know pretty much where I'm going with this. So I think personally that was a learning curve for me, and I think it was easier for me to be able to do it too, because as an educator, as a teacher, my daughter worked in the same school that I taught, and when it came to certain issues with teachers, I would let my husband handle it. I didn't want to be part of it. So those are the kind of things that you probably will have. And teachers, whether they want it or not, once they see you coming in, they will be intimidated by you, because you're part of the board. You decide on a lot of things, but they don't know really that you coming to a classroom by yourself has no power really without you. But it's just the concept and how people see you. Once you become a board member, you're it. Like it's like you're the Messiah. So
Those days are over.
It's like the mentality is, okay, listen, I don't care. You gotta fix it. You better fix it. And how do you really handle it without conflict of interest for yourself, and also without overstepping the boundaries with our ED? Because in the past, we didn't have an ED, and everything was going through the board. The board was making decisions. So now going back to the culture of going to the channels, it's hard. And I'm being honest with you. I mean, this is one of the challenge, I think, as parents. If we are on a board, it's
it's hard to do, and it takes some serious thought process and thinking for you to be able to do that, and it's not always easy.
Anything else we want to share horror story wise? War, horror. Okay.
Yes, you have a question.
One more question.
All right.
So, also, I just wondering, how would you characterize the relationship that you have between each other? What's your relationship?
We hate each other.
Another topic. No, actually, we're super functional. So many things, which is why you don't see us, like flipping out to get that fifth board member, because we really do have vigorous debate, and it's really not we're not homogeneous in thought for sure. And so principled dissent is valued greatly. So just because I feel a particular way and I love Priscilla, she will absolutely challenge my thinking on a whole variety of things, which is what helps us be safe, right? So there's a brinkmanship component to this, because Joseph talked about, and I think everybody talked about, you need to be able to step up and pay for the sins of the folks in the past. And it's hard to sit in a group of people and have them look at you and sort of, scowl and be grouchy because of what's happened, and sit up loud and proud and say, yep, you're right. My organization did that. We fixed that. That's gone. It's new. And this is what we're doing. And sometimes that's not fun. The good news is that that's largely beyond us. And so now the people that we meet are, understand that it's a new day, right? So largely those, with the exception of the MOU, right? That's a big deal. MOU is a big deal. And so the good news is that if we know what's expected of us, so we just need to do it.
I was kidding.
Well,
about hating everybody here. This is
well, it depends on the topic. He hates everybody when at the right time.
Whoever is added to this board is going to get the privilege of getting to serve with a group of people that I truly respect and admire. And we all come from different backgrounds, professionally and educationally and culturally. What? In Baltimore. But it is really dynamic to sit in a closed session, particularly where we can talk freely amongst the toughest issues, and watch that background and watch that experience come forth. And I've gone into meetings thinking I knew exactly what the right course of action was, and had one of these three people sit there and put forth a really compelling argument and make me see something that I hadn't seen, or see the issue in a way I hadn't seen it. And this was a different place a year ago. The board didn't function that way. So now when we go into closed session and we have discussions, it's really a collaborative process of somebody making a point, someone saying, well, wait, and it really starts to mold something until we come up with a decision. And I'm sure it's happened. When we walk out of closed session, our decisions are unanimous. It's not to say that we're looking for a like-minded person, but it's a reflection of the decision-making process that goes in to reaching those decisions. It's not one person in there putting their foot down saying it's going to be this way. It's somebody has an idea and someone has a better idea, and then somebody says, well, what if we make the idea, change it up? And that only comes because there's a tremendous amount of respect for one another on this board, and enjoy working with each other. Really do. Like I said, it was not that way when Raymond and I first got on the board, and it was tough coming to the meetings because you knew you were going to be two people at one end of the table and two at the other. We knew we were going to go into closed session, and we knew it was going to be tough. And the decisions were not made that way. It was not that open exchange of ideas. And it wasn't because we didn't have other accomplished and intelligent people on the board. It was just different personalities and dynamics. now I know when I'm coming here, I'm not thinking, oh man, it's going to be a fight. Or I think I told Raymond this is way off topic, but I have a playlist on my phone for my son for football. And it's what you would imagine you'd listen to when you're going to get ready to go play a game of football. It's loud, it's aggressive. I used to listen to that when we were coming to our meetings because that was sort of the mindset. Now I put on like the comedy stuff, or I put on, real easy kind of stuff because it's not that, it's just a different vibe. It's a really good experience. I mean, I've enjoyed it's been stressful. There have been times where we've been here till 1 and we argue and we fight. But we do it respectfully, and we, at the end of the day, like to learn about so it is gonna be different. But I think overall we get along well, respect each other, and work through it, and avoid goes a long way. That wasn't directed at you.
Well, you understand that all the new, I didn't ask you this either. You understand the new board members have this.
Yeah, we did pass that resolution this summer. We're the senior members of the board. This is way past our time.
What temperature is the water?
How cold's that water?
So it's the small comforts we take. But
when he first got in the water, but warmed up after.
I would say this. I would imagine if you asked any of us, in light of everything that we've done, been part of on the board, knowing all that, would you have still signed on to the board? I absolutely would have. I might sigh, but because I know what that means, but I absolutely would do it again. Any additional?
No.
All right. Thank you. All right. Takes us to our favorite part of the night. Yes, ice cream. It is recommended that the board of directors adjourn this meeting and pursue ice cream on their own volition. Do I have a motion? I need to dismiss first. Okay. Do I have a second?
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? This motion passes by a vote of 4-0. You are free to leave and get ice cream or just go home.